Alright, alright, alright. What's up, everybody? Hopefully everyone's doing great and is excited for Tour Tuesdays. Another episode. Hopefully everyone's doing great. Welcome in, Ducky, Shikaka, Ludarav, Thief. Welcome in, welcome in. How's everyone doing? Better if this bee wasn't being so loud. Got him. Ludarav is first. What's up? What's up, Astro Lizard?
Every second you spend in my park.
Been looking forward to this since last Tuesday. Me too, man. Uh-oh. What a way to start. Gotta fight for our lives before they'll let us view the bases. Yeah. Oh, that was close. That was close. Want some? Yeah, that's what I thought. Oh, whiff. Please, sir. Hey. Alfredo. Oh, no. Alfredo, you distracted me. Thank you for the sub there, man. Welcome. I heard the noise and I had looked up and I failed. It's okay, that just means the raid's done and we don't have to do it anymore.
Hell, don't you go running off on me again.
Ducky was number one. He did do it. How's everyone doing? We're gonna get started with the tours here shortly. I just like giving people a couple minutes, just a few minutes before we start getting going. I know not everyone can be in here right at 7 o'clock, so. I will say Ludarav was first on Twitch. But if it makes Ducky feel better, he is first up on the tours. So there's that. No work today, so I've been gaming, waiting for the stream. Let's go, man. Love to hear it. I wish I could say the same. I did not get to game all day. I had to work a dang job. But oops, so is life, you know. It's not all fun and games. Why didn't you wish me a happy birthday, Timber? What day was it? I have zero ability to remember things at all. Yeah, I know. I can't believe that jobs think that we should, like, that we have to be there every day. What is happening over here? What is this? And butterflies and spiders all trying to kill each other. A ladybug in the fight now. Where's everyone doing here? What is this? Timber, leave it. As I always tell my dog, leave it. September 6th, I don't think I ever said it though. Well, how am I supposed to know that if you don't tell me? You can't blame me. You can't blame me. Crips, yes, welcome in, man. You've been subbed to me for 3 years on YouTube? Is that possible? Have I even been doing YouTube for 3 years? Greetings from Malaysia? Wow. That's a new one. That's awesome. Welcome in, Cloud. Hope you're doing great. Hopefully everyone's doing great. Welcome to the dark side. Oh, happy birthday, Crazy. Sorry, I had to get out my disappointment in you blaming me for not knowing your birthday when you didn't tell me. I feel like that's justified, alright? I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy, you're crazy. Ducky, where would you like me to be? Is the question. It's your world, we're just living in it. It really does. It really does sound like something Crazy would do. It's fitting. Alright, where'd this thing go? I'm assuming it's just on the frisbee, right? Did Crimson? Welcome in, Crimson. Did I miss that? When did you say that? How are you? When are you replying from that? Oh, there it is. It just, the reply looks really weird from Ducky. I was like, what is happening? Throwing me off. I didn't even notice that. Wait. No, what? Wait, what? It's an old one. What do you mean? That's what you shared with me. That's all I got. What is this? Well, just make sure if you share it again that stand yourself right where you want me. Hey, Crimson with the 1 month as well. Thank you. Appreciate it, man. We still have to think of a subscriber, like, gang name, whatever we're gonna be. The Timber Gang. I don't know. I don't know what to call it yet. So we need more ideas. Did you share it, Ducky? When's my birthday so you can forget it? May 2nd. Got a ways to go. I'll be a real unk then. Question is, dude, there's too many. As much as I love you guys and I love doing these base reviews, the amount of shared worlds I have is like overwhelming. It hurts my brain. I can't find anything I need. I have no clue what's what half the time. It's rough. Alright, let's see. Time for the base tours. Welcome in, D's. Unsing Punk. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna orient myself. I'm gonna turn the screen off for 1 second, so don't flame me for saying that the screen's black. It's on purpose, I promise. Look at the signs. Yeah, I have a feeling I know what I'm doing. I just wanna... Uh-oh. We've fallen and we can't get up. Okay, okay. Yes, I got you, Ducky. Alright, so Ducky has made a new base for us to explore. This one's gonna be interesting. Screen? Come back. Crazy, get out of here. I will end you. There we go. Okay, okay, okay. Are we ready? Can you hear me? Can you see me? Move that bus. It's a good one. Razorback. Okay. So, for the first tour of the night, we have just Ducky. They have built a base on the main oak tree, I guess is what I'd call it. Just over here. Not a bad spot at all. I've seen a lot of really interesting builds specifically on the oak trees, so I'm excited to see what chaos he's built. I believe this one is in creative. The Ducky was just having some fun playing with some stuff and wanted to show off his little story. Yeah, definitely creative, as we just got that. So, let's give it a look. We got the ants go marching two by two ish. Is that what we're gonna be singing here, Ducky? Oh, I have no torch. Uh-oh. We have a torch. Almost like I know how to play this game. Wow. Wait, what the heck? It's like... That's scary, man. Alright. So, we follow the signs, and we just explore... What? Ooh. I don't like this, Ducky. This is creepy. This is like straight out of one of Ludorav's builds, honestly. Just... horror. They're running... Are they running away or running to? They're all running away from the spider, I'm guessing. Give us some of the backstory here, Ducky, so we know what's happening in this war. Following the signs. What kind of... Where are we going? This is what I get taking directions. Uh-oh. Okay. Got a fun little staircase going up here. Don't need a torch anymore. Alright. Where's that go? Up? I like the unique forms of transportation I'm already seeing. Making me do bounce webs and stuff. This is a really cool little, like, fireplace thing. I'm gonna have to start messing with the hatcheries. I feel like these are really, really interesting. A lot of people have made some really cool little builds from that. I'm already loving the amount of detail you've got going on, Ducky. Also, like, you can't go wrong with a basketball. Let's see, do I suck? Oh, you can't bounce it anymore? Oh, I didn't do it. Which one do I want to take? This one? I don't know what this is, but I like it. Oh. Whoa. Okay, Ducky. I see you. I definitely am enjoying so far the increased amount of decor. You have some really interesting ideas going on here. I have no clue what this space is, but I do love it. Is this... Oh, your archery? Your range? Love it. That's a good little design. It does remind me of the little, like, carnival rides and stuff. Go up more. This way. I guess I have to follow the arrows or else I'm going to get horribly lost. What's this? Oh, I'm so jealous. Creative, man, makes me want all these items back. I need my crow feather roofs and my the awnings and stuff. They look so good. I don't know what this is, but I like it. I've never put 4 of them together like that. It looks really cool. Also, loving what you're doing with all the little, like, teasers, dude. This is all really fun. Wait a second. What the heck? This is... It feels like everyone said, Ludorav, I really like how crazy and ridiculous your bases are. I'm gonna put Timber through some of that. And just crazy randomness. secret passageways, secret doors. Loving it. Very well done so far. Yes, the House of Wondering. What else? I like that. Is that crow roofs? Is that what that is? Pine cone roofs. Interesting. Might have to see what's in there. Do we get the handy gnat? We do. I can't wait till we can have the handy gnat in everyone's stuff. Yeah, you got stuff everywhere, man. This is cool. Do I go down this way? I hope. Uh-oh. Feels like I'm gonna just get bounced off an edge
Bright
randomly.
lights, Bug City.
Well, actually, let's sleep. Make it day. Go back? I'm just gonna have to wander, man. We'll see what we see, right? I can't imagine. There's nothing else I've missed, is there? Whoa. Ah, see, I told you. I know what I'm doing. I'm an expert. Okay, so I think we have to go up this way now, right? Oh. Love it. I mean, that's the struggle. I can't imagine Ludorev can always find his way around his builds. That's the beauty of the randomness in the chaos building, is it's just chaos and fun. I saw this a little earlier. I do a little bit of peeking. I love this, like, the carpet. Although they're really expensive and a kind of a pain, they look really good when you put them all together, like, perfectly like this. It's really tempting to do some builds, but man, you'd have to murder every mite in the world. Dude, you gone. You're on one with your craziness. Oh yeah, I saw this too. This was your crazy stair build. Very fun. Love how you've designed this out. It definitely looks really sleek. Oh, well, I won't miss everything. Don't worry, dude. Although, as I noticed earlier, unfortunately, for some reason, the walls behind make it so you can't actually walk up the stairs is the only thing. Oh yeah, Ludorev, we get lost in your builds every time. It's always a challenge. One more? Where am I going? Yeah, I know there's this room. I wanted to see it. I just wanted to check everything else out. Well, I will say, I think everyone should try bounce webs more often, because that's a really fun way to just, like, stroll through a base. Without having just... Like, you could get some really interesting little designs, potentially, with, like, bouncing through different things, instead of having everything captured, like, with stairs and trying to get through stairs. Kind of it's a fun way of, like, traversing through the world. I also like what you've done with, like, the structures and stuff. Feels like you really took to heart the idea of, like, using the different materials, messing more with, like, creating little designs of each space. Like, each space has its own little additional room. It's kind of based on doing something. It definitely looks good. I always do that with the photo mode. If it looks better at night, the great news is all we gotta do is that. Colors as well. I feel like I want to see, like, hundreds of these, like, dotted everywhere, and you just, like, bounce your way up endlessly. But so far, so good, man. It's pretty good, man. Definitely has a lot of flavor, a lot of little interesting detail pieces that you've done a really good job on. Yeah, you can't place them on the tree. Oh yeah, the mushrooms, I guess, are the only, like, support piece. That is true. That is true. Well, you could build up to there, and then around a little. And then I think there's one more little place down here that we get to check out as well. Whee! This is Ducky's base. This is a creative world he's been working on. Look how Willow's hair just like clips through that. Yes, that is the one and the only, the Ducky. Oh, that's a nice little bed, actually. I like that. I like that. Except this is a real fire hazard right here. Ducky, didn't your parents ever teach you not to put fire next to wood? Trying to burn the whole place down. Someone already blew up the park. We don't need to burn it, too. Great job on the little details, though, man. It really feels like you took a lot of this stuff to heart that we were talking about and discussing and making things more detailed, more messing with more materials. Feels like you've learned a lot from the different base reviews that we've done as well, that I'm a big fan of so far. Got to do my timer. Oh, you want these two at night? Check it out. Like how that clips out. Crimson with the raid. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Oh, sorry. I just hate looking around at night because I can miss so many details. Is all. I appreciate the immersion, though. Hey. Crimson's here. Well, yeah, Ducky. I think you've definitely done a great job taking everything to heart and thinking about all the different things we've talked about over the multiple times we've kind of looked at some of your bases and stuff. I feel like you've dramatically increased the designed aspects of every part of these bases, so it's definitely cool to see people's building skill just get better and better over time as they build more and more. So it's really cool. Yes, I like the stairs as well. Yes, my gamma is up. I can't stand not seeing things at night. Also, someone asked my FPS. Nope, it is. Running on 60 right now. And we have to, right? We have to bounce. Got a little, like, wiggle. Well, man, Ducky, I gotta say, in terms of grading overall, the first impressions, I love that you, like, dove in to, like, a story and creating more than just a base. I think that's something that it doesn't necessarily have to go to the level of Luderav, where he's got factions of armies and insanity. But I think there's definitely something that can be said to creating fun, unique situations within your build that take it from just base to a more interesting build overall. So I'm a big fan of that. Definitely say, compared to your other bases, this is an easy 5 on my first impressions. Like, the amount you've grown in building so far is, like, it's actually really fun to see. Because I enjoyed the way you were thinking, and I could see a lot of potential in your first base, but now that, like, you've taken some of those things we discussed and you've implemented them in a new build and something different, it just feels like you've exponentially gotten better. You're creating really interesting little moments. You're really messing with, like, how these materials interact with one another. Now, I know we're in creative, so there's some items that you can't have necessarily, but I definitely would say this is a huge step forward in your building abilities, and I'm really enjoying, I mean, even, like, using the different things for fun to add more details, playing with these different things that just visually are interesting. So really good job The layout and flow. Is there a layout and flow? I love the flow of this. I don't know like how to even comment on the layout because it's almost like Ludorev-esque where it's just chaos and everything's happening all the time. But I love that you're experimenting with the bounce webs because I think they're really, really fun to play with. I've used them in some of my grounded 1 bases for interesting, different like ways to move around a base. So I really like the creativity you've got with not only just using bounce webs, but the interesting ways that you're bouncing the character around to get to these different locations is really interesting. And I think those are things that can be often overlooked that are really well done here. So again, like flow, I think just for the creativity of the flow, I think easy 5 on that as well. Just it's creative, it's fun. You're not just sticking to like building a massive staircase and then copying that staircase around the whole thing. Like it's a really fun way to explore a base, especially like because I didn't really know how I was getting around or where I was going. It was interesting to kind of just randomly bounce around to different spots. So it was a really fun way to like navigate a base. So good job there. The structure and realism of this, I enjoy that you're playing with the scaffolding and stuff. You could maybe tie the scaffolding in a little bit more, maybe make this feel potentially like heavier, a little heftier, especially for how big these stairs are. Sometimes that's one thing that can help kind of blend the whole thing together. But I definitely like the way you're supporting things and you're adding cool, interesting designs to these as well, and using the different structure that the game allows you to just build interesting things. And I almost like that this is free-formed all over the place. Some of it's kind of floating and more fun, some of it's more structurally supported, so it's a fun way to kind of mess with the different builds, and also that you're not just stuck in one little spot. The fact that you saw that the tree goes all the way out this way, and that would be an interesting place to build some more things, I think is really cool. The design and aesthetics, I think I'm going to switch to materiality and aesthetics. So talking specifically about the different things you've done with using multiple materials or using the materials in the game in like different interesting ways, I think is really cool. I think you've come light years since your first little grass base that you've done, and like this is a really interesting way to mess with the different materials along with the aesthetics. You've really dove into the decor items and how those can be kind of placed and used to tell a larger story, which I really like in this base so far. Just all the little moments, fun little things that you don't necessarily have to do, but I think they all add really unique, interesting details. So I definitely would say you've done great on the design and aesthetics. I think you can keep pushing, of course. Everyone can. It's not one specific thing that anyone needs to get better at, but just keep pushing with the materials, because I think your experimenting is really like helping your builds come a long way. So definitely a big fan of how you're messing and experimenting with these things. The functionality as a creative base, probably not the most important thing to try to focus on, since this is not about creating storage spaces and where do you keep your pallets and stuff. So we probably just skip over functionality on this on creative builds specifically, but I think it's a really interesting base that I think a lot of people could utilize some of these ideas for their own survival bases, which is really fun. And then creativity and theme, easy 5 on that one. I love that you're messing with the different things. Again, the materiality is really interesting. You're doing curves. You're doing like exterior curves. You're totally messing with these like interesting little pieces. The different materials and how they all blend together. Like you've done a really good job with the aesthetics and creating little fun moments that are like, they're fun to experience is how I'd like to think of it, where you're seeing one thing, you come up into a space, you're seeing another space through this space. Like those are all really interesting, like creative ideas that I'm a big fan of on this build so far. And of course we don't have all of these items yet, but I think it's going to get people excited for those items specifically once they're released. So really good job. And in terms of improvements, I think structure is the one thing that I'm noticing that I want beefed up a little bit in this. Rochacho, thank you. Welcome in. Yeah, as I was saying, structure. Some of these stem scaffolding points feel maybe a little too light compared to how big the build is getting. So similarly to like Ronin Bear would be a great example, using the larger pieces, like the full circles of the stems potentially, to create maybe a little bit more structure underneath that can kind of help fill in some of these and maybe make them feel just slightly more that like kind of matches the aesthetic of what you've currently done. So not that it has to be like this specifically, but something filled in like this already starts to kind of fill the space here a little bit better. You could even potentially, I love with staircases specifically. Oh, those are on an angle. Can't quite do that one, but you could do fun things like these as well to kind of create a little bit more visual support. I think could be kind of interesting. That way, if you think of how an actual set of stairs is made, it has sort of a long angled piece that then the steps attach to. And so that can kind of help make it go from just a platform that's not necessarily visually supported, which when you're building bigger and bigger, I think like the continuity of attaching these things together can start to be really important in the long-term like aesthetic of the build, where it just adds just enough detail. And there's probably 100 ways you could do this, so don't take just this idea necessarily, but just filling it in so it just kind of matches the structure that you're building. The weight of structure can be really important. So I'm definitely a fan of where you've headed with this one, but honestly, really good job so far. Because outside of the structure, I really like how you're messing with the materials. All of the decor pieces are interesting. Each room has its own interesting little design. It's got different ways to get there. You're navigating things super interestingly. Like overall, like really good job on bumping up the overall creativity of it, because I can definitely see huge amounts of potential where this thing could start sprawling all over the tree and things start coming down, and you start building around the other side for fun. You can start utilizing some of these spaces. A little bit harder, I think, to support on this side because there's no mushrooms, I don't believe. Yeah. But overall, I mean, really fun little build so far. I appreciate you, Ducky, letting us check this one out. It was a great little creative build. I'm sure people will get a lot of little interesting ideas. Hopefully everyone starts using the bounce webs more, because those are freaking awesome. Ducky, I'm going to keep it to the treehouse because we have a ton of people at this point in line. So I can't look at too many of the same bases at the moment. But as we keep going, I will definitely re-review bases that people have spent time kind of updating per the comments that I've made in videos. But yeah, appreciate you letting us check that one out, man. That one was awesome. Definitely tell you're having fun with it. Alfredo, you need to start adding more details to your build. I don't know, man. Your base is next. Imposta over here has a great build that we're going to be checking out next. Really excited to show off. I wish we had fireplaces as well in survival. We'll get them. We'll get them for sure. Is there any way you could do my base next-ish? Me and my buddy that built it are here. I was going to do Impostas next, but I do have an empty spot after that. Kipoo, if you want to share your world. I had you on the list, but I hadn't seen a shared world. So if you share that with me, we'll do it after Impostas. Hey, Bear, welcome in. Ducky's design skills have def improved. Yeah, like, not that they were bad by any means, Ducky, but I'm just like the visual differences between these two bases is you've definitely made some big leaps and bounds in terms of like detailing and adding more stuff to bases. A question, how can I make scaffold look more realistic or make it look more pretty? I mean, not just build the scaffold straight up like a ladder. Hopefully some of those comments that I made help out a little bit in terms of maybe making them bigger, putting stuff on the outside of them. I try to use the scaffold itself like a smaller piece of my builds typically. I don't like to use too much scaffolding because there's just not enough structure to it. It tends to look a little too light. small compared to the majority of the other things in the game at the moment. So I would say I definitely try to keep the scaffold to a minimum and use larger pieces like the stem walls or other things to kind of build pieces around it. I feel like Ronin Bear's base review, which we don't have in a video yet, did a great job of like pushing that kind of the next level. Those good person to check out if you haven't seen that stream with Ronin's base in it. Alfredo's a phenomenal builder. Yes. Alfredo, the Imposta, is next on this one. Yeah, sounds good, Ducky. You can always post stuff in the Discord, man. Every time. Glasses are disgusting. I'm dropping everything. It wasn't just me. Ludorev helped too. He didn't build anything. He just told me how to make the stairs and stuff. Nice. No, I love that you guys are including each other in your builds and asking for help. Like, I can't help everyone all the time, so taking advantage of the fact that there's some really, really good builders in the community and on the Discord is a really good way of getting help on builds if you feel like it's not where you want it to be. What's that? Jacob, is this your base, the Bookie World? No, that's Busousani. I'm an idiot. I have to read. Busousani's on this list, right? No. Gotta add Busousani in. I added you, but you just shared it, so I didn't have you on the list. We'll see how many we can get through today. We have many people looking for reviews, so... Which one? Where's Pastas? Okay. I'm gonna turn it off so I don't spoil the reveal. Welcome in, Grim. How's it going, man? Thank you again for the bits, my friend. Yay. Love that you guys are all know each other now and all hanging out. So from Imposta, I haven't done any of the interiors of the temples, but the orange labeled base is an exact temple, but furnished. I don't know if you wanted to see it. It should be buggy accessible. I don't know if you can use my buggies though. I should be able to. Where are we? The orange build. Over by the tree, maybe? I'm a Pasta. You're wanting me to start with the temple, though, correct? Oh no, we don't have a torch. I'm gonna make a day because this base looks too good at night, or too good at the day during the day. Dude, I literally have so many worlds. I'm completely lost in the sauce. There are so many things on my computer right now that I don't even know how to deal with it anymore. I've overwhelmed myself. And I have to keep all of them till I finish the videos and stuff. So I can't just like... Yes, the screen is black because I don't want to show it off because I was trying to find a bed. But also, no one listen to Crazy. He's literally trolling all of us. That's what he does. Anyone that thinks Crazy's ever being serious is wrong. I don't know if he knows how to be serious. Okay. Make the little freeway in the back to the orange base if you wanted to. All right. Yeah, we'll do... Are you good with me starting with the temple build, though? On the lamppost thing? Okay. Cool. Screen. There we go. That's on. Get out of here, Ducky. I'm not looking at Discord anymore because of you. Thank you for the follow, Demon. Welcome in. Okay. So, Imposta has built an incredible base. All around the lamppost, not even just the lamppost, it's like a whole thing. It's a really interesting area. I'm interested to see, it's all raised off the ground, so I'm not too worried about it necessarily being affected too horribly by any of the future additions, but it'll be an interesting spot to see how this kind of like evolves as the map gets added to these areas. Which, I mean, if our next updates are around this area, we probably have a long time before we see anything in this general place, but fair warning, some orb weavers spawn inside the main temple. Yes, I did see that. I did learn that earlier. But yes, this is Alfredo the Imposta's base. You can't really see anything yet, but if you just glance through these little places, you see some of the coolest buildings that we've seen thus far. I'm gonna get water so I don't die.
Could use some lemon slices, but it's drinkable.
Hey Luke, welcome in. Boom. First off, love this like epic entrance that you've created that goes like right to the main temple. And then, I mean, come on. Uh-oh. I love Niall's smaller Japanese build, and I love that you've done somehow the same thing, but totally different and unique. The courtyard is just amazing, honestly. I just want to spend the whole day hanging out around here. I love the use of, like, it's not just one base. It is many buildings. It's outside, it's inside. So they're really, really interesting. But the design that you've kind of come up with is really, really cool. Since the second I saw the pine materials, I was like, this needs to be a Japanese style like architecture build, because it just fits so incredibly well. Also, the pathways, I know for those who haven't seen this yet, just so simple. All it is grass, but look how nice this looks. I know some of these aren't fully grown yet, but dude, it's such a nice little detail for an item that it's not a build item, it's not a decor, just using some random piece in the game to make such an interesting little design. As far as I know, this is all in survival as well. Correct me, Alfredo, if that's wrong. But I did not see that this was a world in creative, so I'm pretty sure this is all survival. And that's probably part of the reason that currently the exteriors are the only things built on some of these buildings. But I'm really loving the detail work. The fact that you went in and you perfectly placed these to make the pathway look nicer, and it's not just one material, it's not just grass. The use of the pebbles is really interesting. The little covered spaces to create like unique little sitting areas and stuff that are also like access to the entire base is also really interesting. All right, let's check this building out first. I haven't really gone in and looked at anything. I want to say, is this like a movie theater? Or like an arena? What is this? What is this? Dude, wait a second. Is this a... Dude. This is incredible. Is this like a UFC ring? Oh, that's incredible. It's got like a scoreboard. So this was the guy, the ticket master, taking tickets and stuff. You got the whole concessions line for food. You get your drinks. Dude, what a design. This is incredible. I'm absolutely loving this. It's Fight Club. The first thing about Fight Club is we don't talk about Fight Club, guys. It's not Fight Club. This is something totally separate. Dude, this is incredible. I love that it's also like inside and outside. It is survival, yeah. Just fight nights. But I love that. Like it doesn't all have to be this like massive football stadium to be really interesting. I have yet to see a single person make a fighting arena outside of some of the guys that do YouTube videos on PvP and stuff. Like, this is a really fun little design piece. And you've even animated them out and everything. Really clever build, though, dude. Between the scoreboard being, like, its own unique little design, you have all the little details in here. Like, this is actually legit. The only thing I want to see is all the armor dummies. Similar to one of our previous ones, Mel, maybe? I want to say it's Mel or Matt. Can't remember which one, sorry. I have too many bases in my mind at this moment. But, like, using all the little armor figures or armor stands, armor dummies is the word I'm looking for, and, like, putting them all here to, like, cheer on, and they're all screaming, and they all have, like, different... They could all be wearing, like, different armor sets and stuff to, like, match the guys that are fighting to, like, for their who they're supporting. Like, there's so much potential with this little design. Like, I know it's not huge, but it is, like, it feels perfect right here. It's really well done. I gotta say. I'm loving the little designs. Welcome in his. Thank you for the follow. And again, this is all just sort of replicated over to this side as well. I'm loving the symmetry of it. It makes my OCD feel really good. Definitely a fan of all the symmetry that you've got going on. And even the smaller little houses and stuff, like, it's continuing the interesting elements that you've already created in these larger buildings and letting them be very similar overall, but not necessarily like a one-for-one. I really like how you scale these down to kind of mimic the same ideas that you have going on in the larger spaces. Really well done. Function of it, I mean, you got all the living spaces. Love that you're adding in smaller details to kind of break up these bigger walls and stuff. Those are all look really nice, and like continuing those patterns around each one of the little buildings. Those are really well done. Honestly, I really like the like separation where it's not just stem, because I've always struggled with stem for some reason. It just doesn't feel as complete, but this having the lower level kind of makes this feel like it makes more sense. Like these are almost windows that you can see through, where it's still safe in this base because it's got this lower portion, but it's still open and airy as well. There's even a ladder to get to the top. Nice. But very well done on these little bases as well. And I'm absolutely loving this one. And I love that you're wrapping the whole thing around as well. It's not just this one piece out front. It feels like you're going to be potentially, this is just me saying, that you're going to be potentially building out around the whole thing as you continue to keep going, which I think is really interesting. I mean, even like your little archways and stuff are really cool. Uh-oh. All I have is a bow. I'm gonna kill myself. I didn't realize those were stink arrows. Let's just run this way and act like that didn't happen. I got him. The stink arrow got him. Also, even like the use of the stuffed bugs to add more detail to the central areas. You have your own little design for lampposts and stuff. Really interesting and well done. The addition of just creating slightly more detail by throwing in some of these as well is really well done. And I'm always a big fan of multi-tiered kind of spaces. Very well done. Don't think there's a whole lot on the insides. I could be wrong. We'll check it out. I know there's spiders in here, though, so I'm kind of afraid. Definitely interested to see how this all continues to grow, because it's really, really well done so far. And there's nothing wrong with not having the interiors and stuff. Especially while we're reviewing bases, I think it's a really good opportunity to kind of build interesting exteriors, and as we get more decor and items in the game, to kind of fill out the spaces that you've created as you go. So I definitely think there's so much room for growth and potential in this build that I really like. I mean, even this, just Love the little extra design pieces using the roofs and then also the flat roofs with the angled roofs for your buggies. It's just really well done, man. Ah, there's the armors and stuff. I think that is everything on this base. You said, is that the orange one by the tree?
Giddy up!
Ah, there we go. Let's get it, Antonio.
Now we're talking.
And go sprint over to the orange. Let's make sure that's not like red. That's pink. A lot of functionality. Dude, this is insane. You built this in survival, right? Like, you've done all of this in survival.
Let's take a second.
It's a lot of building. There are very few people that are willing to make these kinds of bridges because they take so much work. Dude, that... How far does that go? Yeah, it took a minute, I can tell. Just the bridges alone are time consuming, let alone all the great design work that you've done so far. Oh no. I've fallen off my bridge. We're good. I forgot that he can go through those. Ooh. Is this another treehouse? It is. Wait a second. Have I seen this one on someone's Discord or something? Let me up. Yeah, I might have. This one's another really interesting one. Ah. Scorpions. Okay.
How's this look? Think I'll start a new trend?
Well, I already gotta say, the design's incredible. I know we can't fully see it yet, but I love that this is a, I really enjoy this style. Just fits so well with these two materials. They really feel like a natural fit. And I'm guessing you kind of built this one first, and then you kind of translated that over to the other design, which is really fun. Kind of like learning from different builds that you're working on. Kind of adding them and changing them to fit in different areas and expanding upon the whole thing.
Bottled in scenic. Broccoli.
Maybe all those? Maybe? I swear I picked up some other food. Maybe I did. Oh, it was jerky. That's what I did. I'm a goof. This is where I got my temple idea, but actually used it for a base for a while. There's a little soda can base I'm proud of at the green flag, but I don't know if you have time. Potentially. Potentially. Well, if we don't have fireplaces, so you made your own. Love that little detail. Also love that like this stuff shows through. I know some people that might drive them absolutely insane, but I love seeing the materials that are in the game that you wouldn't necessarily get to work with otherwise being used like that. Not being afraid to sort of embrace some of those pieces. I'm always a big fan of building with the environment as much as you can. I feel like I should have looked up when I was on the inside. Love the little hatcheries. And we gotta look up. Oh, that was close. I didn't look up, which is the best part. Yeah. I love the verticality, man. The fact, you're not afraid to just make big spaces and work with them. It's another really interesting little detail. Oh, that could have been bad. Yeah, definitely interesting. I can't wait to see the details of this added into your other bases as well. It'll be really cool. Come here, Buggy. And then you said there's a soda can build. Where's that one? Green flag. There. Bear with me, everyone. Do a little more sprinting. We'll run around a bit more. These moments don't suck, though, because now we can catch up on chat and make sure everyone's heard. I didn't respond to enough people last stream during the base reviews. I was too focused on the video portion of this and not enough on chat interaction, so I want to make sure we're hearing everyone's ideas about the bases. I think there's a lot of good input that we can all add as well, not just me. As much as I just love hearing myself talk for hours, you know. Ducky's still here, don't worry. Give me a week and you can show my bridge. Yeah, please. Yours is is that the Pebble one that you posted on Discord? That you and your friend were working on, Jacob? Or am I thinking of someone totally different? Because if it is, please do. People need to see that bridge. It's not necessarily a base, but it's incredible. And I also really enjoy showing off some of these smaller bases. So if you've got just... Works great showing off a big base and then throwing in like some smaller ones that you've worked on as well. Not everything has to be massive to be good. But your city's incredible, so...
Tired? I'm tired all the time.
Didn't spend enough time building in Grounded 1, so I'm loving this stuff for ideas. Yes. That is the whole point of it, is I think we'll find a lot of new people building in Grounded 2 as we go. So there's definitely a lot of potential for showing off interesting ideas and inspiring people to do some different builds. Okay. Well, first off, dude, it looks great from the outside. I love the little soda can bases. I've never been able to build small enough to like want to build one, but I love that you're utilizing the pieces that the game gives you. The fact that you're using the leaf as cover is a really interesting little idea, even if it's just for a little buggy thing. It's really well done. The soda cans are awesome too, because you always get food and water from them. Oh, interesting. Am I gonna die? I can't get out. Oh no. Oh, we're good. I'm out. We're good. I thought I broke everything. Love the little entrance, dude. It's so simple, but it just looks great. Yeah. Simplicity is a good thing. I know I tend to go for like overly complicated things typically, but I do really like simple, well-designed ideas. And soda can bases for the like vast majority of people are the perfect little bases. You can put a lot of detail. Of course, you now have outside of this stuff being destroyed, which you can't really avoid. You have an incredibly safe base for raids. You're completely protected if you need to be. So I feel like it's really well done, man. Fun little space. You got 2 floors. Does everything that you could possibly need it to do, honestly. So it's very well done. Again, throw it on the list of great little designs.
I really hope you're preparing for my test.
I'm glad you had me let me show it off as well. Wondering if you still show Grounded 1 builds. My Grounded 1 build is in the Acorn Tree, is pretty good. We are going to be doing a Grounded 1 week for those of you that are interested. Potentially 2 weeks from now. The week before the update goes fully live for everyone. There is definitely some potential that we're going to be doing some mega Grounded 1 build showcases as well while we're endlessly waiting for the update out, because I want to fight Axel. Worst comes to it, we'll do it early October as well, potentially. Depends on how many people are wanting Grounded 2 bases showed off and stuff. Does that work well in first person? The turret? Back away. Back away. Back away. Creepy legs. Got creepy legs.
This is elating.
Yeah, and I think it'll be a good time as we're waiting for updates, and I know the Axel update's not going to be massive necessarily, so it'll be a really good time to show off some cool Grounded 1 bases, because Y'all, we have some crazy grounded 1 bases to show off when that stream comes. I think we're a couple weeks off, so don't get too excited yet, but if you haven't seen some of the stuff people have been posting in the Discord for some grounded 1 mega base tours that we're going to do, nuts. Yeah, Ludarav, E30 BMW or BMW E30. Imposta as well is going to show something. We're going to show off Velocity's Pagoda base. He was the first person to ever build the Pagoda base. And Key Dog as well are currently on the list. And we might be able to do more. We might not be able to do many. I don't know. Hard to say. Yeah, Ludarev's seen it. They're incredible. All right, so Pasta. I think we got to go back. Did I set my spawn?
How's this look? Think I'll start a new trend?
I'm going to try to die and see if I can spawn back at the other one. Kill me. Do it. You can't. You won't. Can't even get him to kill me if I wanted to. Hopefully it spawns. Yes.
Think I'll start a new trend?
Okay. So, in terms of grading, dude, first impressions, 10 out of 10, 10 out of 5. I freaking love the designs you've done here. It's epic. You see stuff immediately. It's such a unique build that we haven't really seen many people getting to quite this size of a build overall. So I really like that you've dove in deep to the building techniques. You're not only messing with like interesting architectural styles, which I think is really cool and unique. You're also like messing with just interesting ideas, interesting like creative things that I've never even seen a UFC little fighting rink before. So it's definitely epic. Your detailing's really good. The attention to detail is really awesome. Of course, I mean, you have a long ways to go because mega building is a slow process. But at first glance, like, this is going to be incredibly cool as you continue building. The layout and flow, absolutely loving the layout. I really enjoy that you kind of just embrace this massive walkway and creating this whole raised structure. It flows really well. It's really interesting to walk around. Like the central courtyard with all the pathways lined out just feels like very intuitive when you're just wandering through this space. So I really enjoy that side of it. It's just really well structured, especially because you've got areas. It just makes sense walking up this big space into this little courtyard, and then you've got the courtyard behind you. You've got the main building in front of you. You have access that you're building bridges all over the map with. Like functionally, it all really makes sense, and you're utilizing the different design ideas really well. The structure and realism, layout and flow, 5 out of 5 as well. I feel like I just give 5 out of 5s, but I can't help it. You guys are designing such interesting, cool bases that I can't help but give great grades. It's all just like first thoughts when I see it. I'm like, I have nothing to say. It's good. The design and aesthetics, again, 5. No problem saying that. You're so creative. You've not only taken sort of an interesting design idea, you've done it in multiple different bases. When you're looking at your tree base, you have the same aesthetic, and you've like implemented those in multiple ways, which is really cool. You've shown how you can kind of build a Japanese temple in a city or a village, whatever we want to call this, but then you've also done it in kind of its own unique one-off piece as a tree base. So the designs and aesthetics, or what we're going to call now materials and aesthetics, I think are really well done. You've combined these materials in a really aesthetically pleasing way, where you've used the stem to allow light. The same thing was over on this base. It's a really good, instead of just generic windows, you're utilizing other ways to bring lights in. So it's a unique way of working with these materials. And then the fact that you're just combining them in really simple, elegant, interesting, like visually, aesthetically pleasing ideas, I really like. The functionality of it, I guess this is probably the only place that I can really give you any criticism, just because you're not done. And so it's easy to say, like, as you continue going, like having larger chest rooms, incorporating those into more of the buildings. You've got Like you can have weapon storage, armor storage. You can do like more pallet storage areas. Like you have so much space to work with, which is going to be really interesting to kind of see how this all like comes together, and how you sort of detail out the insides, which I think I really enjoy that you've kind of like taken your time and you're not just like cramming things in to different rooms. You're taking it slow, you're building it out and making it make sense. You're getting happy with how things are laid out, and then you're slowly adding in more buildings, adding in more accessibility to things. So the functionality is something that, yes, we'll wait to see till the insides of these bases are fully detailed out, but I can already tell that it's going to be good. I don't feel like you're going to need a ton of help and ideas in terms of how to lay out more of these rooms. But I mean, you've already done, in the places you've done it, creating little functional rooms. Like you've done a great job in these specific spaces, creating your own little water catchment system. Like the functional parts of it do really work. And then it's just kind of seeing them taken to now the next level of how these bases can become more base spaces. What ends up inside of these, I think, is going to be really interesting to see. And then your creativity and theme. I mean, same thing with your design aesthetics. Like you've have ideas and you've implemented them very well. It's the creativity of the UFC stadium, like the idea behind it. Of course, adding more details, more people, adding in more of the armor dummies to really fill it out and like absolutely bring it to life. Looking back at the other stadium that we reviewed previously, like I can just see this place with people standing up here, standing on all these edges, filling in the stands. You can start having fight nights and stuff. Like it seems like a really interesting idea. So overall, not only have you taken like really creative ideas, but then you've somehow tied a UFC fight night into like a Japanese architecture style like village build is really interesting, and was probably the last thing I was expecting in this building, which I think in terms of like the creativity is another really good job on those. And then the improvements, as I said, just detail, man. Like you've got it. It's obvious you have a lot of creativity. You have a lot of ideas that are coming through that I really like. The layering, the fact that like these things are stepping in. These are some of the architectural things. If people haven't seen my top 10 build tips, these are the type of details that I really try to distill into people, that it isn't just one vertical space. Have things kind of dip in and out. They kind of move, they flow. That is when you really start getting a lot of interesting details. And now your creativity on this end just has to go into the inside once you get to that level, of course. And obviously it's a lot of time and effort to collect this many materials, build out these like elevated structures, building out all of your ramps and stuff. I mean, that's a week's worth of work just building out those. So I'm very excited. Also, like using the grass in these areas to like show off is also really interesting. It just adds even more detail to the whole thing. But keep detailing, keep adding more to it. Like every idea that you've got makes a lot of sense. It's working really well, and I'm really interested to see how this continues to build and grow on itself. If you haven't seen, Imposta has done some incredible work in Grounded 1 as well. At some point, we will be showing off some of Imposta's stuff when we do a Grounded 1 base reviews stream. But if you haven't seen, on See-Through's channel, one of his base tours is of Alfredo the Imposta's Taj Mahal build. Incredible. One of the coolest things, when he told me that's who he was, I fanboyed like crazy because I was obsessed with that build. I thought it was so unique and interesting in a place that I built, and he did something totally different, totally interesting and unique. So definitely go check out that and give that video some love, because if you haven't seen that, it's incredible. But yeah, really appreciate you, Imposta. Thank you for letting us review the base and look over it, dude. Like, honestly, I could just sit here and fly around and just look at the little details, and this whole build it's so cool. So really, really good job, man. Thank you once again. This community, thanks for touring, man. Honestly, this community inspired me to make more. That's the whole goal. is that we just feed. We all feed off of each other, and it's this never-ending build cycle. That's the goal. Mowing my lawn right now for the review. Nice. Nice, Busousani. Beautiful build. Can't wait to see what it goes with the expansion. Yes, or where it goes with the expansion for sure. Is this the first base review of the stream? This is the second one. We reviewed Ducky's treehouse base just before this. Building something no one else has built in Grounded 1? Well, I'd love to see it. Post some pictures. We'll see. The only thing I will say, caveat to the Grounded 1 builds, is they have to be the biggest and the best of the builds to make the Grounded 1 reviews at this point, because the ones that are currently on the list are insane. And I don't want anyone to feel inferior, because they are literally massive, massive, massive builds. They're really cool. Kipoo, did you share your world with me? I had you on the list. I don't know if you shared it, though. Unless I don't know which save it is, because I have way too many. Spend 3 to 4 days a week just farming for resources for my base, so I know this guy has grinded hard to collect all that. Yes, it really does. That is, seriously, it's a lot of collecting and gathering. It's nuts. You did? Which one's it called? I just need to know the name of the world. Ah, this one. Derp. It helps when I use my brain. Okay, turning off the screen for just a second. That way I don't spoil anything. Yeah, that's the one. An alert till you crash. Have a good night. Sounds good, Ludorav. Thank you. We will be showing off one of Ludorav's bases, assuming there's time later as well. He built another really, really cool one in a location that some other people have built that I think people will like. Kipoo, let me... Where do I go? Is it the red marker? It was so cool. Definitely going to be back and work on the interiors. Hopefully some new builds too. Yes, man. Please, please do. I'd love to see improvements and changes and...
That'd be handy charging into the paint.
Yeah, confirm with me if it's the red base. Could show the bridge, ceremony rock after starter. Okay. I'm assuming it's the red base. Is that right? Oh gosh, I'm gonna die.
Ouch!
Yep.
I'll give you a second to recover.
First ranger, okay. Come on. Just gonna run over there real fast. Bear with me, everyone.
Take 5, Buggy Boy.
Yep, the screen's black because I don't want to show anything off on accident. Oh, jeez. Okay, I almost died. Okay. Okay. Let me just turn the screen back on. Okay. So, this is... Do you prefer Jacob or Kipoo? If I'm saying that right, please correct me if I'm saying that horribly wrong, because I feel like I'm saying it wrong, and I don't want to call you Poo all night. Ignore the name of the ant.
Gotta hydrate to dominate.
Kipoo. Okay. Kipoo. Perfect. All right. Hey, Wolfsbane, welcome in. You are next up on the list, by the way, so be ready. After we finish Kipoo's base review here, showing off their 2 things, we will be jumping into your world. So, the next one up is Kipoo's base. This is a starter base that they worked on with one of their friends, and then we'll also be showing off something else pretty interesting as well. So first, we are at the Ranger Station. As we all know, great base location, great place to start off. Can't knock anyone building here. I definitely have regretted not having my base near a Ranger Station is the major thing. So I really enjoy having bases close to those places because they just work. Love the lighting, dude. Hold on, I need an aerial. I might have to start all of these reviews at night at some point because they just look so cool. Especially when you do like all the different lighting effects that you have going on here, it looks great. Just a nice little starter base. I like that you raised everything up in here as well, which is really interesting. I haven't really seen many of those. Similar in some ways to Astro Lizards, where you've got fun little staircases and stuff, which I really like. Also love just the functionality of you building right into the station, which is really well done. Just makes things work so well. I'm loving the just the lighting effects of this under area look really nice, especially at night. It's a good thing we started at night because it just looks good. But then you've just got function right off the bat. You got all your storage right there. Simple access. It is a little safer to be up off the ground. I'm gonna have to chop down these leaves for you, or the grass, so they're not growing through anymore. I don't think the update actually fixed it for some people, so that's part of that issue. But loving the interior. The windows look really nice. I love that you've like designed a really interesting little like ceiling structure here as well that I feel like a lot of people don't put as much time into. Is the roof is really important. Something I don't talk about enough because I don't tend to build things with roofs because I'm always like building inside a different structure. This is a really well done kind of roof structure that creates a just interesting interior design spaces. So really good job on that. Just trying to peep all the interesting details. I love the little structural support that you added in. Great little detail. These are the type of things that take large rooms and make them kind of break them up and make them a little more small and interesting. Also kind of separates the 2 spaces, which looks really nice, like architecturally speaking. Loving the little kind of window details, your use of different materials as well. I know we don't have all that much to work with, but it definitely works. You have all your function and everything in one spot, which works really well. Honestly, just a great little base design, and I love this. I love these like raised roof spaces. They just make for such interesting little spots. I know you're not even hanging out up here or anything at any point, but I love the detail and the time spent to put something like that in a base like this. I often find that the verticality of smaller bases is lost because people just build a little box and that's kind of, they get stuck in the box itself, whereas you weren't afraid to kind of embrace more verticality in the build, which I think looks really good. Yeah, honestly, it's clean. It's just a clean, simple aesthetic, which I'm a big fan of. I can often, myself and Luderav feed off of each other, and we get a little crazy on the detail side of things sometimes. And I think it's nice showing off to people that it doesn't have to just be insanity at every level. You can do nice, simple designs, a little balcony, functional stairways. I love that your balcony goes all the way around the whole thing as well. It just adds one extra layer of detail to the whole thing, which looks really good. But honestly, really good job on this one. It's just simple, but it's nice. It's homey. It feels good. I can't knock it on any of the design pieces. You've done a really good job just creating a nice, simple starter base that looks really good and functions exactly how it should. So really good job on that. And the other one, I think we might want to make it day for the next, to show off the bridge. Which bed's over here? Yeah, sure. Interior looks really good. Arch columns are very creative. Yeah, really like it. Sounds good, Ducky. Let me know. Send them pictures. Okay. So now we're going to head over to Ceremony Rock. If I didn't turn everything off that way. For what I think is going to be a fun little reveal.
Bit over eager, are we?
Bear with me as we run over there real quick. A great time if anyone has questions or anything. Chat in case you show my base. Yeah. You're up next, Wolf. Your base is on deck. I was waiting for Blurgy, but I never heard back from them. They didn't share their worlds as far as I could tell, so I have to put them on the back burner for the next set. It's hard to know what a build looks like when it's just some pics. Yeah, but I mean, it gives us an idea, dog. Busousani, you... Oh, jeez. No! Oh, yeah. Alright, you all got a little bit of a sneak peek there. Because I got scared. I'm going to run all the way around to this other side. Busousani, I'm not sure yet. I didn't have your worlds shared, so I have you lower on the list. But it depends. I don't know if I have all the other worlds shared to date. Shared yet or not as well, so you might move up a little bit here and there.
This bug's a natural athlete.
Run. Okay. Well, everyone, thank Kipoo. I keep screwing your name up, sorry. Thank them for letting us show this off, because I think they were a little hesitant at first, but...
All suited up and ready to go.
Whoa, that was scary. I want to show off the whole thing. This bridge that y'all are about to see is freaking epic. Work in progress, dude. Those doesn't even matter. I already know how good it is. Work in progress is nothing when it's this good. Yours, Astra, right, Luke? I do have you on the list. 2 people passed. After Wolf as well. Alright. Let's see this thing. So we're going to run across this. This thing is freaking epic. First off, just the level of design that you guys have put into the flooring and everything looks absolutely incredible. I'm so excited to see this thing in person. Like, different materials. You guys have done an awesome job. I have no clue what this bridge is supposed to do other than look freaking epic. It is so well done. The design is so interesting, and you guys haven't even seen the whole thing from the far because it is so freaking cool. Look at the amount of detail in this thing. Like, guys, this thing's freaking epic. I know it's not necessarily like a base. I don't know what it accomplishes other than looking freaking awesome. I guess it's the perfect bridge that we all wanted to get to this cookie, right? I don't think anything else would have felt appropriate enough than this massive bridge to get a cookie, right? If that's all this is accomplishing, I think it's perfect. And like the fact that this is work in progress is what? Like, you guys have done such a good job designing this thing out. It's so freaking epic. These are the things that just... the epic builds that just put a smile on my face. I absolutely love... I don't think I've ever seen an inlaid clay foundation piece inside the pebble foundations, but that looks absolutely amazing. I love the design work that you guys put into like the structure of this, because it really does feel like it's supporting this like massive bridge. So it just, the proportions feel right, the details are all there. I know you guys say you're not done, but I mean, it looks incredible. And if it's not done, I want to know what it's going to be done, because it is so interesting. It even is like a functional base. Let's go back downstairs and show off the rest of it, because such a cool, unique build. Like, you got a chandelier. It actually is like a functional base, but it's a bridge. Honestly, are you guys designing this off of one of the Halo 3 maps? Is that what I'm seeing? Because it almost reminds me of one of the Halo 3 maps, where there's like an upper bridge and then there's like these lower sections that you can fight underneath. That it just looks so cool. I love the use of the different like materials as well. Like, you guys have done such a good job mixing and matching these things together, because it's so easy to just use a bunch of pebbles, but you guys have like totally embraced every single section is using a little slightly different design. You're integrating them into one another. It's a bridge and a base all at once. Like, just the level of design and detail to this whole thing. I love the patterning on the floor as well. I think it's like a very often, it has some Halo influence. Okay, I was like, I can see it a little bit. I know it's not like a copy or a replica necessarily, but I see the inspiration. Because, oh, it looks so good.
Let's see.
I love the like structures going over the top, and then you're adding in other materials to connect everything. Well done. Honestly. I don't have anything else to say, but well done. It's so cool. It's the Bifrost, right? These are the type of builds that I loved getting from my Grounded 1 builds, where people are like, just wait until someone walks past the park and there's like this massive bridge just being built. And like, because this isn't small. I mean, amps are not that small. So like, people would see this as you're just building out, and it would be so cool to like, I've always wanted to do like a little animation of the worlds and like have people like looking down and being like, wait, what are they building? What is happening? What is this structure just erecting in the middle of this park out of nowhere? Because it's so unique and interesting. Even just like the use of, I normally hate grass stairs, but this color palette and stuff is really interesting. Just like the little simple things you guys have done just to the next level is really, really well. If this is the bridge, I can only imagine the future base will be ridiculous. Insanely well done on the detail and the structure design. Yes, 100%, dude. It's not the bridge we wanted, it's the bridge we needed. Yes. I don't even know what possessed you guys to build this ridiculously awesome structure, but well done. Yeah, and all on a single grid. Very well done. Even just the little structural pieces, like the details all really add something. Like everything feels like it's been done for a reason. I'm really excited to see. I don't even know what else you guys are planning. If you have more comments on like what you're doing and why you're building, let me know, because it's awesome. I wish the lights rendered in too. It's such a bummer. Let's see if we can see some of them from downstairs. Only to get the cookie? Honestly, that makes it 10 times better. There is nothing I like more than just the most ridiculous build for the simplest thing. It's just, it's something, it makes me happy, you know? You didn't say what makes sense. You said, what can we do? What is going to be the biggest shock and awe factor here? And you've absolutely accomplished that. So well done. You could tell from the grin on my face that I'm just absolutely blown away. I can't imagine that tons of people are not going to get totally inspired by this thing and start building some more crazy bridges. There's some really cool bridges that were built in Grounded 1, but honestly, this is one of my favorites. Easily one of my favorite bridges. Because it's not just one layer, you have multiple layers, you've taken the structure of it to a completely insane level of detail. Just so cool. I just feel like I'm missing stuff and I want to keep looking. Yeah, the lighting and stuff, as you get that all finished out, it's going to look really cool. Now seeing the flooring with the lighting underneath, you guys should quadruple down on the lighting for the floors and try to figure out how to get more lights underneath this, because these, like the grass pieces glowing, would be really, really cool. Well done. Just well done. It's a bridge we had along the way. Mega builders should be able to unlock a hidden voice line of humans walking by and noticing a structure in the park. Yes. Absolutely. You should have to earn it. But man, is it worth the effort. And I know how long stuff like this takes, because you guys... I mean, you're building all of this in survival. You have to, like... You're building from the ground up or down. I don't even know how if you build down. Like... Just good job. Good job. Alright, so... In terms of the grades on this... Both bases, not just the bridge. I don't want to belittle the starting base. It's hard to not focus on something this epic and big. But at the same point, the starting base, first impressions, it's so well done. It's small, it's efficient. Your guys' designs are really interesting. It like piques my interest. It feels like a nice cozy little home. I love the like walkway that went around the entire thing. I think that looked really cool. The lighting is really interesting. The function of it, just the little designs, and then it feels like you guys use that as like your launch point for like, oh, I like building in this game. This is interesting. Let's totally go to the most extreme level we possibly can and build a bridge specifically to get a cookie. And that's my type of building. That's what I want in this world. Is I want people just going for it, because you get the coolest things. I mean, even just the little details with the railings around the sides. Like, the starter base was really good. You guys did an awesome job, but I want to see where this thing goes, because I'm blown away. Absolutely blown away. This is going to be something that inspires a ton of people to build really well. And layout and flow, if we're talking about the first base, of course, the layout and flow, easy 5 out of 5 on the first impressions. I'll get here. I'll do this so I don't say the same thing over and over again. I'll give you a 4 out of 5 on the starter base, since it's simple and small. It's in the starting area. I obviously tell you guys can design incredibly cool things, so I would love to see like your starter base taken to that next level as well. But it does exactly what it needs to do. But then the layout and flow as well of the starter base, 4 out of 5. It's functional, it works, it gets what you need done. The layout and flow means nothing on a bridge, because it's a 10 out of 10. It flows and is laid out exactly as it should be. It functions exactly as it should be, just taken to that like next level. The structure of your starter base was well done. It all felt like it was meant to be there. Wasn't weird floating things that didn't make sense. The structure of this absolutely insane thing is like so well done. I've seen a lot of bridges in Grounded over the years. From Grounded 1 now into Grounded 2, I've seen some really cool bridges. I don't think anyone's structure has looked this legit. This is like, not only have you gotten the scale right, which is a really difficult thing to do, because it's really, really easy to just build this bridge that spans across the whole thing, and then maybe there's some supports there and some supports there. But you guys put in so much extra effort, not only like to invert these or like rotate them so they're different, so it's not just like 3 of the same things. They have different heights, so it's like it's not 3 of the same exact things, and it feels like it's needed, especially when you're building out of pebble like this. The structure is what it wanted, And you've done a really good job at making it feel like 100% legit. I wanted to get a slightly different angle. See what we can see. Especially even in day, like, it looks great at night. It looks good in the day. I think it could be interesting to potentially use some lighting on these. So, like, placing a light on each one of these little pebble or the clay foundations. That might, like, boost up the visual effect of this. I think could be really interesting. That's something I've seen done really well. Just like adding in lighting to highlight some features like that. But in terms of the structure, like, being this massive pebble foundation build, like, you've done a really good job making it not just feel like a big rock bridge where it has intricate details. You've spaced things really nicely. You've broken the structure up using different materials. Like, you have detail in the structure. It's not just functional, but it's also like a design decision that you've done a really good job on in terms of adding more structure in these areas. Like, the structure in the realism of this bridge, although it's sort of like a Halo-inspired crazy bridge design overall, like, it feels real. It feels like it would actually work. And some kid could use this to drive his car across and have fun with. The design, or we'll do the materiality and aesthetics of it. The first base, honestly, your materiality was really done well. The lighting was done really well. It really brought this, like, homey vibe to everything. And then you've somehow completely flipped the switch from this, like, simple starter build aesthetic where everything works. It feels like this really nice little home. Like, I literally want to live in that starter base. Something about the lighting effect just makes it feel nice. The little arches and all the little details, the higher ceilings that you've done, design and materiality wise, like all the different materials. And then you guys, again, have just stepped it up to a completely different level. And I'm absolutely loving the materiality of this design. Even when you, like, throw in the little grass highlights, you've got stem hand railings to kind of break it up so it's not so heavy and, like, thick with the pebblet foundations. And then, like, having the upper area that's kind of like the functional bridge side of it. And then this is, like, actually a pretty functional base on the inside here as well is really, really interesting and well done. Functionality, it does... Oh, sorry. Design aesthetics, 5 out of 5. Structure, 5 out of 5. I'm jumping around a little bit because I'm so excited. The function is 10 out of 5 because you guys have created the most simple function in the most ridiculous way possible, and that's what I'm here for. The fact that this bridge is just to go get a cookie, like, it's functioning exactly as intended. I can't imagine anything else here. I think everyone needs one of these in their world now. So well done. The creativity is, again, 10 out of 5 in terms of the details of every piece of this. The lighting is done really well. As you add more details and stuff, this is going to get even more ridiculous. But, I mean, blown away by how cool this bridge is. And you guys have just done, just every little detail is so interesting. Even just to the level of using stairs here. It creates a better feeling than just a flat pebble foundation there that I really, really like. The upper portions are wood or pine, which makes total sense. Just the creativity is through the roof, guys. I have no clue what you still are working on other than some of the little lighting pieces and stuff, but I mean, continue. You need no help. You guys are killing it. But in terms, if I could provide any helpful ideas here, I think the lighting, although I really like what I see so far, I think it could be bumped up to the next level, as I was kind of saying earlier. I think some lighting in these areas could look really, really cool. And my idea behind lighting in a build like this, especially as you build bigger and bigger, is to highlight details that you've done. And so for me, you've made a really intentional choice adding in these clay foundation portions. Really try to highlight those with some interesting light, whether it's red lighting or just the standard torch lighting. That will bump these up, especially once you're looking at, like, nighttime. When you start seeing, I love continuing your lighting here, so this lower section just kind of glows, I think is a really interesting design. It looks really nice. It looks really clean. But then that's highlighting kind of the wooden stuff. Now getting in and highlighting some of these other really interesting design decisions you've made could be really, really cool. Kind of framing some of these interesting like archways that you've made. And then if I had to say anything, it looks like you're already on this route, so kind of telling you what you already know, but lighting these all the way down, I think would be really cool. So this glows all the way around, and even if you're doing like green on this side and purple on this side, I think that would be really, really cool to have these sort of like lighter wooden type pieces glowing. And then again, finding a way to potentially utilize this part of the structure to put maybe lights on like both sides of these could be really interesting. Or if it's just like, I could see as a really small little detail, whatever material you specifically like, but you could fill in some of these gaps. Could keep it clover, of course, doesn't have to be grass. But if you lit the inside of something like this, the grass material specifically, just like the glow, doing a green glow of some kind and like continuing this throughout, and then where these grass pieces come, like highlighting these as well, so doing the same sort of rough little thing along the lines of something like this, and then just more lighting. Then you're just, every piece or whatever you want to do, just throw in more lighting, and then I think that would create such an interesting lighting detail that now all these grass pieces that are sort of framing these other little interesting design pieces, like these start glowing almost, could be a really interesting like design detail to add to it, where I know you have a lot of lighting work to go and you probably have your lighting still. I think that is where I see this build going from a 10 out of 5 to a 20 out of 5. Like, it's already so interesting, it's already so well detailed, that just adding in just a tad bit more lighting, which is really, it's experimentation at the end of the day. You really start figuring out, like, you kind of hide those things in there as well. I'm pretty sure if you were interested, another thing you can do is hide lighting like this. This would be an interesting one. I've seen a lot of really cool ideas. Now, naturally, you have to have sap, but you put them like that, and then these will glow on the inside. That would be another really interesting way to do it, especially if you don't like the look of the torches showing up. Hiding them in between the pebble foundations is really easy to do. The game doesn't really seem to care that much. That would be an interesting way to mess with the lighting as well. But I think that's the biggest critique I can give is more lighting. And of course, as you guys are still messing with it, it's not much of a critique because you're still experimenting and figuring it all out. But it is super interesting already, and that lighting is that thing that's going to take it to somehow a better level than it already is, as if it's not insane as it is already. I think that finishing out the lighting, not sure if you're adding on more, if you're going to be building more base around it or whatever it is. I am absolutely interested in seeing kind of how this thing continues to grow and build as you keep going, because this is, again, thank you again for letting me show this one off, because I know you guys were hesitant on it because it wasn't completed yet, but it is so cool. So well done. It's a bee. I was like, who's snoring? Even just like the entrance is really interesting as well, and it looks like you're probably building off more bridges that go in other directions too, potentially. Or you're just moving things around, not totally sure, but yeah. Once again, I will say Jacob and... was there one more person? Just Jacob? But yeah, I mean, Kipoo, Jacob, whatever you prefer your name to be, awesome job. You and your friend are killing it. It's so well done. Such a fun build. Such a over-the-top, ridiculous design for the simplest of things, and that's like what I love about building in this game is you can just go insane just because you can. So once again, thank you for letting me show this one off. You guys, it's so cool. Keep going. Post some pictures in the Discord if you, as you continue building. I'm sure we could probably review it once again down the road when you get further and stuff, but I would love to see how this thing continues to progress and how it changes, how you add to it, see the lighting effects that you guys come up with. Yes, Kipoo and 3skin. Thank you, thank you. You guys are awesome. Very, very well done. Everyone give them some love because that was an insane build to be able to show off. Okay. Yeah, as Ace said, move bases. The bridge is epic. Yeah, I would just live here at this point. You need nothing else but this massive bridge base. But he had admired it makes me just want to. Yes, thank you, Billy Bob. I'm just a fan of the big stuff. The Mant Braziers. Yeah, the Mant Braziers would be really cool slate. What was favorite Pebble Farm location? I use the spawn room where you have to craft your first spear. That's how it works. I always get mine under the picnic table, but that's just because my base is there. All of mine is still a work in progress. Sucks to be following that awesome structure. Dude, it's all good, Wolf. Everyone can learn from some different thing, man. Looks super crazy. I built a massive sky base, and it's just an eyesore. It just takes time, you know? You just got to keep working on things till they look better and better. But yes, on to the next one. Wolf, do not feel bad. Not everyone is building massive bridges and ridiculousness. Don't compare. This is all for us to just learn and take interesting ideas from one another. Is that right? Yeah, wolf spin. Okay. Alright, I'm going to turn off my camera real fast because it looks like I'm spawning directly in the base. I'm going to have to move around a little bit. And then I will turn the camera back on when I am ready to show everything off. Flooring is crazy. I wouldn't know of using the roofs as floors. Yes, that's an awesome little addition. Wolf, do you want me to show off just the blueberry one, or do you want to show off the small one you have in the roots as well? Totally fine if you don't want to show it off. I just don't want to show it off if you don't want to show it off. Because I need to run to the blueberry base if you don't want to show this one off yet. But again, totally up to you, man. Are you only going to have one base in your world or more? Are you talking about me specifically, Ducky? Or were you talking to one of the other guys? The rest of the crew. Both is fine? Alright. How do I get out of here? My world will have many builds by the end of it. But we're spending so much time showing off everyone else's builds that I haven't had a whole lot of time to build my own. I did some work on the works today. Show you both. Perfect. Okay, let's get this turned back on. Make sure it's loaded up. Maybe it'll turn back on. Hello? Are you there? OBS, please. The scene is on. I've seen someone use the stuffed broodmother and broodmother light as one thing before. Not sure what you're asking there, Ducky. I'd have to see a picture, potentially, what you're talking about. I mean, I'm assuming you're talking about Grounded 1, so my brain's a little off trying to remember it. You have a pen and paper ready? Let's go. I love it. Thank you for wanting to be a part of it. Also, Demon, Astra, His, and It's J Wash. Thank you for the follows. Appreciate it. Welcome in. How many bases you showing tonight? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have 13 on my list, but I don't think we're going to get through 13. So, I think we got through 8 the last stream. So, probably 6 to 8 in a night is reasonable. Also have to figure out how I'm converting these all into videos because my editing time is slow. Unfortunately. I edit so slowly because I suck at it. And I'm still trying to figure out how these are going to all work together and be edited together. So we're moving slower than I would like. And I was gone all weekend too. So we might be breaking up just endless videos. Questioning even doing a mega build because I know I'm wanting the mushroom walls later. I guess it's big enough world to have multiple mega bases. Yeah, that's the way I'm thinking of it. Is currently I'm testing out what we have, messing with the things that we've got, and I'll just slowly. I mean, the same thing happened in the first grounded. I just upgrade. If I don't like the material that I'm using, you can still take the same base design and upgrade it to mushroom as you go. So. Nothing wrong with having fun with what you got for the time being, and then build more new big things as you get pieces added. Because I think you'll get inspired. You'll find new areas as well as they continue to add into the early access map I found. Like you'll be like, oh my gosh, I need a garden base, and now I need a water fountain base, and then I'm gonna need whatever base is over here, and then the bridge, and you'll find new things. And there's nothing wrong with enjoying all of the different things that it has to offer. That's a new one, Ducky. I don't think I've ever seen that one before. All right. So, next up, we have Wolfsbane, or Polydad, in chat right now. We're going to be taking a look at... They have a berry post base. A berry tree base. That will show off. That's one of their more designed bases, a little bit further along. This is one of their newer ones that they're working on, but might as well show them both off and see what happens. And nothing wrong with some of the smaller bases as well. I enjoy showing off big and small because I think it's a great way for people to learn the different scales of the game, and it doesn't have to all be massive to be good. Small bases that are interesting are also good. Yes, there's Polydad. Well, I'm just wanting to see all the staircases, because now I'm interested. Good job on the function. Funny thing is I saw this thing, and I was so disappointed that I destroyed this thing with the ant originally. I believe there's a chomp thing that the ant chews down, and I was like, oh, that would have been such a good way to like perfectly protect my base that I could have left it forever. Welcome in, Hal, doing good. Showing off some epic bases, so I'm in my happy place, you know? I love these root bases, by the way, like big, small, crazy, not. I absolutely love these areas. They're so unique and interesting. It just feels like this is where a lot of people are going to have fun building. Loving like just the different entrances and stuff. You have little different structures and everything. The lighting's already really well done. The fun little spaces you're designing out. I know this one is your more work in progress base at the moment, so you still have stuff to do, but great little crafting area. This works really well. You can obviously see the function is here as you're figuring that stuff out. Your mushroom's growing in the dirt. It's upside down. Great job on the little details, though. The decor, I think, is what a lot of people miss early on in builds, is that decor is everything. If you're not using the decor this game has to offer, like, you're missing out on some of the coolest things. The really interesting details. I love this raised bed, dude. It's like complete function. So it works really well. You get storage space, you raise the bed up. Nice little details. I appreciate the use of the different like doorway type spaces, like you're creating your own unique windows as well. those are all things that I feel like can often be overlooked too easily. Love the little window spaces. Even this. Love the ladders. The ladders are a really cool little detail. Don't fall to your death, Timber. Don't do it. Really good job. I know it's not done or anything, so I'm sure you're like, it just feels small at the moment, but I really like where you're headed with it. I think there's a lot of potential that you can kind of keep pushing in this base design as you continue to add to it and stuff. Try it. I've always found that this is a really unique, interesting place to build. So I haven't really seen anyone build specifically in this area, so I definitely thought that this was a spot that could be utilized really well. It's very defensible, hard for things to get in and out of. The spider bug, the spider or the orb weaver buggy is like a natural fit for this space. I would say, I know you're getting started, so I don't want to like critique too much on it because it's easy to say like, oh, more detail, more this, more that, but I think you're on the right path with what you've got so far. I like your use of like the unique windows. You're already using like the ladders as cool details. You're separating the buildings into like separate little things with like bridges and walkways, which I think feels really, it's very fitting, I think, for the root areas specifically, just kind of like haphazardly having them grow out of the roots of this tree. I could do that for you, Polly. I would say a similar thing to what I had said to Ducky. Try, if you're going to use the scaffolding, try to make it more substantial in some way. I always feel like they just kind of, they leave something to be desired in terms of the visuals of them, whether maybe not closing them completely. Oops. Pressing buttons. 1 second. Maybe not enclosing them completely necessarily, but maybe this outer side could be really well, a really interesting place to maybe add, like, continue this material downwards. Could be really interesting, and then leaving sort of the inside more open, and then you could start creating, like, interesting light shafts of some kind by lighting on the back of these. So putting more lighting. I think you've got a really good start on lighting, and I think the root bases specifically, because they're like in these like dark little coves, are really good places to kind of add tons and tons of lighting. So that would be another one. Push the lighting to that next level. Try adding it to like the insides of these little triangles and stuff, not just on the ground in the corners. That way you can use the lighting as a... or you can use this space more functionally, and then the lighting becomes stuff that's more hidden in these upper areas, especially like in these little spots. You can put lights on the inside, you can put lights on this side, you can put more lights in these areas to like backlight things as well, is a good way to do it. I like your use. I mean, we don't have a ton of options in the materials right now, but I like that you're messing with these. Again, like even the little window spaces you've created by using the stem, I really like. But again, like throw in some lighting on these, and these will start to just glow at night, and they'll look so cool. Yeah. Even if they're templates, yeah. Some things to work on. Like I love the look of the green lighting with the green materials. It's like really easy thing to kind of highlight some of the materials you've used. So maybe taking this detail and then continuing that and hiding lights in these roofs, especially some of these like back ones, because this, I know it's not necessarily meant to be seen, but when you're looking at these things, especially when you're doing like tours and you get to fly around and look at your own stuff, I really like showing off the lighting, because it'll add that depth that it currently is lacking a little bit of, because you've got it, you're building in depth to this build. It's not just everything's on this one plane, but let it be highlighted. Make it a... I always like to think, if I make a decision, how can I amplify it to be that next level? So it's not just, I did a thing and that's what it is. It's how do I now highlight it so it's not just an intentional decision, or it's just a decision, but now it becomes a very intentional decision that adds to the overall build. So I would say lighting will get you really far. I mean, it looks like you're probably planning on like building out this way. So continue like your little bridge designs here, like connecting these things, kind of bring off an angle, maybe bring another one over here. It'd be really cool to see more of them kind of built out and just kind of creating this like village around this whole thing. I could really easily see, especially because you've already got this little bridge system here, start building walkways and start building them out this way as well. Don't be afraid to like, I think the one thing that's lacking about the specific area you picked is I like the root areas because the roots are there. And so tying in the rest of these would be a really interesting way to kind of like continue this build out. And then also kind of give you more of that like treehouse sort of vibe. Maybe that's what you're going for. Maybe that's not necessarily. But if you're going to continue to kind of like connect interesting little rooms to make up an overall larger build, I think it'd be really interesting to start like taking advantage of all this extra space that you have in some of these areas, especially because you can still leave this protected while building accessibility on this side. And then you get this really interesting effect where this build, if you built off this way, is sort of like hidden in between the roots, and it sort of takes it to that next level and just kind of like adds to the sprawling randomness of what a tree root base kind of feels like it is. Wanted pebble foundations, but would have to move the floors, tinkering with it. Yeah, going to the phone and up probably, and using the phone as lighting. That would be really cool. What does the phone even look like at night? Could be very interesting. It'd be fun to build that into your base and see how that works. I'd be interested to see how you can add that in as well. We could turn the gamma down for the purpose of the base tours. I just hate it in my personal world because I can never see anything. It does look nice, doesn't it? I should probably do this for all of them. Yeah, especially like as you continue building this out and adding more and more, like this lighting is going to look so epic in here. Cell phone happens at 3 a.m. Yeah, hard to show off on this one. Yeah, even like I love this little lighting, how these you're building into these roots, like that starts to look really interesting, even though it's just kind of functional pathways, like the lighting, doing lighting kind of behind stairs as well. That could be another interesting thing, is adding a roof piece at an angle behind these and adding lights behind them as well. Be a really good way to do it. But yeah, I think it's a great start so far. Now let's go show off your other one too. Don't want to spend too much time on the one you're still working on. Where's a buggy? But I definitely think you have a lot of potential with it so far. I think it'll be a fun base.
Over here.
Oh, there he is. Where'd he go? Hey, you. Come here.
We could base a whole sport on.
All right, which one is it? Somewhere in this area? Paul Briggs. This one? I believe it's the home one, right? Gonna be a village? Nice. Is this the right one, Polly? The home. Home? Perfect. All right. Well, if anyone has questions or things they want to talk about, let me know, because we got a little ways to run over there. Got some exploring to do. I forgot how good the game looks without the high gamma on, but I hate being blind because it's night all the time. I need to be better about turning it back. Okay, sorry, I want to read the rest of these. Maybe putting quarter pebble foundations around the scaffolding. That could be a good way to do it too, to like beef up. Whatever you can do to beef up scaffolding, I think is worth the effort. It just often feels too light. For a supporting structure, it just doesn't have enough, like, heft to it. 44 gamma is good. I could do that. Let's see. Yeah, that's not bad. The only time I do it because I build at night all the time, because at the current moment you can never really sleep because I'm just constantly getting raided. So I've given up on trying to sleep most of the time, and I just continue to build throughout the night. You got robbed because of the game? Or the gamma? What? Oh, because of the lighting? But David, I will say this in terms of what, just because you're not seeing the lights in the natural setting because I had the gamma up, doesn't mean that it doesn't make sense to talk about them still, though. That's kind of a cop-out. It's the ideas are still there because I have a massive amount of experience with lighting in this game, so whether it necessarily looks like the full extent of what it could be doesn't necessarily mean that the input's not valid at the same time. Well, the gamma's down. I'll just have to be reminded so everyone can have their lighting the way they want to see it when we're doing base review nights. And then I'll turn it back up for my game. But I also like being able to see the bases as well. It's a little bit of a give and take, you know? We can't have it all, right? Okay. Can I jump, please? Go this way. That's a struggle you're having, is lighting too. Yeah, I think lighting is one of those things you really have to put a lot of time into to really get a good feel of it. I think looking at some of Ludorav's base tours on my channel, even some of my base tours from Grounded 1, you'll really get a good idea of the potential that lighting offers in how it takes. Like, I don't feel like a base is good until I get to the lighting effect. Uh-oh. What if we run away from you so you don't kill me? Perfect timing. Every time I run past a pebble node, you want to jump off and harvest it? Yeah, sorry. Unfortunately, they don't get to keep any of the materials from me gathering, so it doesn't really help as much. Luda needs to do his thing in the roots area. The twist design that he showed in the Discord had me thinking of a kingdom here. Yeah, he does have an idea in that area as well. That's Chad. He's my friend. Ugh. I don't like him. Go away, Chad. Look at him. Look at him just sitting there. Thinks he's all clever. He thinks we don't know he's there. He's there. We know. End up going too much same color or too rainbowy. I'm a fan of the rainbow roads. Those were some of my favorite lighting design things I did in the first game, so I can't knock on it. A lot of the times I just try to use the lighting as an accent. So I place it on things where I've made interesting designs, where like the materials are sort of interesting, the space is interesting, and then it's just a fun way to just bring highlights to it. Not necessarily thinking of the light as like a functional way to see necessarily, but it is a cool way to add extra detail or highlight certain details that you've already done. He's just sitting there menacingly. He really is. Ducky, I can't review it again, bro. I'm sorry. We'd be here all night going back and forth to everyone's bases that I already did. It still looked good though, dude. Don't worry about it. Alright, you stay out there, Derek, with your friend, Chad. You go hang out with Chad. Go on. Go hang out with Chad. You keep him busy. I'm gonna go do fun stuff. Alright, so this is their, Polly's berry bush base, I guess. So it's gonna be like a village. I did take a slight look at this one earlier, so it's gonna be fun. I love this area, honestly. For a while, I thought this would be a really cool spot to build a base, but the scorpions outside horrified me. And so I avoided it like the plague. Derek, go hang out with Chad. You gotta train Derek better, Polly. He's not listening. But I love that you've created, like, it does feel like the perfect little spot for a village, honestly. And, like, you've shored up the weak spots in the defense by kind of creating cool little spots. Like walls and stuff to do that. Get away from Derek. That's what I thought. It does feel like a perfect little spot for a village. I love the little gateways that you've done. Kind of creating a main entrance as well is very cool. I think it goes way back there a little ways too, yeah. I'm loving the little garden space. It's a nice little design where it's not just a bunch of garden patches placed right on top of each other over and over again. It's a nice little design feature to make it like the pathway almost.
Take 5, Buggy Boy.
Let's see, what's the best way? Interesting. Got a little buggy barn space. This looks great. Great spot to do it too. Be really interesting to see where this goes as the early access continues to go. It's like, this is just going to be a cliff, or is it going to be more to it? Even have like all the entrances and exits. Okay, nope. Bye. You saw nothing. Polly, you were supposed to warn me that that was right there. I walked right into the trap. Love your little buggy barn things. Those are great. Uh-oh. We're gonna have to avoid him. Yeah, even with like the little turrets on top, this is a really fun little design. I'm gonna have to dock you a point though for scaring the crap out of me with that the stink bug. Got your storage for your pallets and everything. I'm loving the little like walkways and everything over the roots as well. It's a fun little like pathway to walk through. Alright, he's gone. Meant to say something about Bob. Yeah, Bob is rude. Another like fun sprawling base. Like I wish I had the ability to build sprawling bases. Just isn't how my brain works. I'm very structured in the way I think of things. Got your jerky racks. Love the little function as well. Steal one of those for a snack. Got your automatic water fountain. This is a great design for those of you who haven't done it. I think a lot of people have probably seen this, but your water falls down
Filling up the tank.
and always fills it up. Great little design. I'm loving it, man. Great little spot for all your armor. It just does everything it needs. It's small, it's efficient, but it's like, it does everything that you need it to do, honestly. You can go up here, too. Get your bedroom. With a basketball hoop. Nice. That's what I need in my room. I don't know how I don't have one of those. How do we get... There it is. Where is this going to take us? Uh-oh. Gotta chop the grass for you. Get that out of here. Uh-oh. Am I going to bonk my head on that grass? No, we're good. Bounce, bounce, come on. You can do it. Let me up. Please don't die. Yes, we made it. One thing, the sturdy grass walls, I don't think they work as good as the regular grass walls. They don't look as nice, but that would be a slight suggestion. To swap those with just regular. Or I use the pine ones, and those seem to work really well too. I'm assuming this is probably going to become like your future zipline base hub, would be my guess, but I like the little details in the corners and stuff. It's a nice little detail. And who doesn't love just doing a little of that? Yeah, future zip lines, like you already have the future thought of. I'm loving the way that this base is like designed into this tree root as well. Very well done. Oh wait, what's this one? Oh, that's the stem storage. Oh, that's a cool little entrance. I like that. It's a nice little spot. So I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I think I hit all the different spots so far. It's a lot of ins and outs. I don't want to miss anything, but... it's down here. We see this? Yeah, this works really well too. I like that you like made each one of these its own little piece. It's a nice little design. Makes them not look like haphazard randomness like mine do. They're like giving rhyme and reason to things and why like a detail is makes a lot of sense. But yeah, so in terms of the grading of the bases, so we can talk about good, bad, amazing, all the good stuff. Your first base and this one, the impressions, I give like a 4 out of 5. I know you're still in progress, so you take everything I say with a little bit of a grain of salt, as I say on everyone's bases, because there's always room for improvement. No matter if you think you have a finished base or if you have a base that's not done yet, I tend to try to look at maybe more of the potential of them, and I see in the root area and in this area, you've picked really cool locations to build that I really like. Visually, I think all the bases, or both of the bases, have a lot of potential. And that's sort of one of my favorite things to look at, is I can see already in my brain, I can see all the different things that can be built in these areas. You can build more houses, little huts and stuff. This could become a crazy arena space. Like, there's a lot of potential with the spaces that you're using. Same thing with the root area. You continue to build out and kind of like keep utilizing the roots as these interesting structures that your base kind of weaves in and out of. I think it could become what is a great start of a base to like something that just has so much potential for future growth and expansion. So I think you've done a really good job setting yourself up to continue building and adding to these spaces. In terms of the layout and flow, I really liked the flow of the first base. Just the meandering kind of randomly through the roots is such an appealing base idea in general. And that's kind of the great part about it, is it doesn't have to have rhyme or reason as to why it's going to each of those areas. Same as like one of the other root bases we've seen. It's just like the randomness is why it's cool and why it's interesting. It doesn't have to be this like super symmetrical base to be good necessarily. So I like that they have interesting details, and they just kind of they go where they go. And yes, it does look very interesting at night as well. Wish the camera went further so I could fly through everything better. But the structure and realism, again, that was probably one of the improvements that I would suggest on the first base, is figuring out the structure. It does almost feel like maybe getting rid of the scaffolding. If you can find a way, of course, to attach that to the first base, specifically attach it to some of the roots, or find a different way to attach it so you don't have to use the scaffolding. I almost think the less structure that you use in those like root-based bases, the better off, the more kind of natural they'll feel, because the structure wants to visually look like it's the roots that's giving off the structure, not necessarily building the structure itself. So whether it's maybe bumping up the structure potentially, as I talked about, or finding a way to just completely remove it and have them being this like thing that's floating or hanging from the top, could be a really interesting way to do that as well. The structure and layout flow of this base, I think the structure's not necessarily the same thing because things aren't floating to the same degree, but I love that you have these like fortified entrances, and so it feels perfect. Like, it does feel like the perfect location for a little village in this little, I don't know, meteor asteroid crater sort of thing. It's not even a footprint, whatever it is. It feels like a really natural spot to build a village. So I like, realistically, it feels like a really cool spot to do exactly what you're doing. You've done a great job with little bridges. You're having like upper portions, lower portions. The base is like, the verticality is really good. If that's maybe something that would land in that like structure or realism, like using different layers, not just being stuck with a flat base on a flat piece of land, utilizing the twists and turns, the natural roots. Like, you've done a really good job making that like part of the base design, which I really appreciate. And I even see that you're potentially doing some off-grid stuff here as well, which is cool. People haven't seen, we've been building a lot off-grid, and so it's fun to see people utilizing that, which I didn't even necessarily notice at first, which is another like kudos to you, because off-grid building is a weird thing, and it's maybe not as difficult as some people think it is at times, but in the cases like this, like, it looked so natural that these were on totally different grids, that I didn't even notice it at first. So that's also, in terms of the structural and realism, a really good way to do that. Because if it takes me that long to notice that you're building on multiple grids, you're doing it right. Because you even got like almost exactly on the same height. It's really difficult to get them lined up like that. So good job on that as well. The materials and aesthetics of it overall, I think on the other base, I liked the cohesiveness with the different materials that you were using. On this base, it's a little more haphazard, which I don't necessarily dislike. I do kind of like that it's just this meandering village built into this root and this little crevasse or crater space. And so I don't necessarily dislike the different materials, and it's like there's so much going on. I think that it does in some ways add to the detail, but I think there could be spaces like some of these bigger walls that you have that could use maybe just a little more detail. Is something I would potentially focus on, where windows, openings, very similar to kind of that first base, where you had the like triangle doorways. Kind of implementing some of those details into this space, I think, would help push this to that next level as well. But even so, like, the details and aesthetics of just like, it's not just a boring garden patch that it's like typically what I lean to is like pure function. Whereas like this is designed, it's like a tiered garden. I think it looks really good. It works really well together. Your lighting as well is really good. I'm glad you mentioned to look at this at night. I like that each different space sort of has its own like color palette for the lighting. So like your own personal rooms and bases and functional spaces are like red, and then you've got highlights on more of the functional spaces with red, and then totally different down here with like the white lighting on the green. And so it's also very good little details as well. And even like the decisions to make these like designed pieces of the base, not just sticking a bunch of sap catchers randomly on there, is a good effect. And yeah, and I can tell that you have kind of learned through building on this base and then moving to the root base afterwards. So I would, as long as you're coming back to this base, I would potentially now take what you've learned from the root base and sort of start implementing that back into this base a little bit. But like, I really like this little bridge space, the little details, having fun with the stuffed bugs, even the like lighting, like the little chandelier spaces. You've done a really good job, but I think adding more of those smaller details, getting more decor in, continue adding lighting to highlight little details. I've always liked like lights on each one of these as well, can be interesting. The functionality of it, both bases, they seem like they function well. You've got all your spaces kind of designed out. Hard part about these like sprawling bases really is making them function and be really interesting at the same time. So you're definitely on the right track, because it's difficult to have a space for all your pallets and then have a space for all your machines to like process everything, and then have your own stuff, have your own storage space, have your water and food collection. Like things tend to get spread out a little bit more. So I think you've kept everything close enough that it seems like it's all going to work pretty well together too, which I think works really well. I've sucked at giving you scores. I'm just talking. Yeah, if we jump back to it, first impressions, 4 out of 5. Layout and flow, I want to say 4 out of 5 as well. I think there's a little bit you could work on as you add more to them, but I think those scores just get better and better as you continue going and doing what you're doing. The structure and realism, I think 3 out of 5 on the other base, because I think the structure could be utilized in a slightly better way. On this base, I'd like the flow and the layout as well as the structure of it, so I think it's maybe a little bit more successful on this base specifically. Design aesthetics, I think you're at about a 4 on the root base. In this one, I can't decide if it's maybe slightly too haphazard with the materials or that I like the materials. It's sort of in between where you might benefit from a little bit more cohesive material use on these, where like bridges are and like exteriors are one material and then buildings are a different material, and that way like it visually starts giving you cues to what's a building, what's a walkway, a bridge, what's interior space, what's exterior space. That could be an interesting way to sort of like keep using the random materials and having fun with them, and not just being stuck with like, here's a house and copy and paste it over and over again, but having the materials sort of help you understand like what each space is, or if it's maybe one type of building, whether it's like your personal building gets a different material, and you can kind of like have each building type get different materials, and that kind of adds to the overall cohesion to it, but also still adds like using a lot of different materials in one build. So that would be kind of fun to experiment with. Again, functionality, probably give you a 3 or 4. It seems like everything works. It seems like everything's kind of doing what it needs to do. Things are maybe a little far away from one another, but also it doesn't necessarily seem like that takes away from the overall use of the base at the same time. So I can't really knock you on doing it, because I think when you build these meandering type bases, that's just part of how it has to work. Things get spread out more and more, and you kind of make the best with what you have. So and it feels like you've done that. These spaces have everything you need. They have all the different chests. They have all the different processing machines and stuff. So it definitely works the way you have it. So I wouldn't hesitate on keeping things that way. Especially, they look nice. The buildings look nice. The storage looks nice. So the function is there, while it also is like aesthetically pleasing at the same time. Especially like the function of this, as well as the look of it, is very well done. The creativity and theme side of this, I would definitely give you a 4 out of 5. The creativity of these base locations specifically are ones we haven't looked at yet, which I think is really fun. I think they're like really interesting areas, and I see the vision for the long term of how you're potentially going to keep adding to these. So I think there's a really interesting idea that you've got going on both of these bases, and if you just continue building and adding, I think they're going to turn into some really, really cool bases overall. So again, good job on the creativity and theming. I'll give you a 4 out of 5 on that. And again, lastly, just the last things for the improvements. Specifically, structure, I think, would be great on the root base, and I think the materials on this base could be maybe slightly more cohesive. I don't necessarily dislike that they are random. Kind of loving that the grass comes through the roof of this. It's just like, it's crazy. But I think maybe a little bit more cohesion in terms of like melding. If you're going to use 3 different materials on a build, I try to like meld them into each other, so it's not just material, or different block. Try using maybe some of the triangle pieces. So if you put a triangle pine piece here, and then another triangle piece of the pine, or the stem, that sort of helps them blend into each other, would be nice. That would kind of cohesively make this feel like each building is one building, whereas now with the different materials and like these stark lines in the builds themselves, and this is like my architectural side speaking, where I really like bumping up the design details of the outside of these buildings to kind of make them a little more interesting. So maybe messing with some of the triangle pieces, similar to how you used on the other base. I think this base would greatly appreciate some of the details that you've put on the other one. It's not like you don't have those, because your other base is showing off that you definitely understand and get that. So I think revisiting this base once you've put a little more work into the root base, and you have that desire to kind of come back to a base that you've moved on from a little bit, would be helpful in the long run. Just because I see the potential of it, and I think if you just kind of meld everything together with the design ideas of your other base, I think this base, as well as the other one, will just get better and better, because you definitely have tons of potential. in just fun little design pieces, just utilizing the world around you. So you've got a good understanding, and it just has to go to that like next level. But overall, I mean, really well done. Thanks for letting us show this one off, Polly. This was or Wolfsbane, whichever you prefer. It was 2 fun bases, and I know they weren't quite on the same scale as the last crazy bridge we saw, but I think this is a great example of very different design styles and how both of them have a lot of potential. And it doesn't necessarily mean like this is not as good as the bridge. I wouldn't say that in any way, shape, or form. I think this has absolutely as much potential as the bridge if you had another person helping you and endless amounts of time to build, you know. So I can definitely see this like sprawling village just turn into something absolutely incredible. But once again, Polly, thank you for letting us show that off. Great bases, really good job. And I would love to see some upgraded or updated pictures and stuff of this as you continue to work on both of these bases, because they are both very interesting and have a ton of potential. Okay. Didn't know that you could do that with the dew collectors and the stuffed aphids. Yeah, that's a great one. A different YouTuber had done that. I had done similar things to that in the first game, but the dew collectors and everything sort of had the water just naturally fell down to it, and I'm not sure if it falls down or not in this game compared to it. So putting this stuffed bug there just automatically knocks them down. Yeah, this one was before. Yep. I could definitely tell how your style has sort of changed and elevated from this base to the other one. Where it's like you have a lot of really interesting ideas, and then you kind of created a similar like sprawling base, but maybe slightly more cohesive in the details of it, which I like. Get like an hour a day because of my kids. Exactly. That's the struggle. Is it's really easy to talk about like, oh, keep going, keep pushing, but it's like we'll only have so much time each day. I'm building 2 days a week for 3 to 4 hours on stream. So I'm not even building all that much at the moment. So my bases are my base is exponentially smaller than this at this moment, because it just takes a lot of time to build. It isn't something that just happens. Learn new building structure from you both of your base. Yeah, exactly. And I think it's fun seeing like 2 totally different builds in the same world as well. Like they don't look anywhere near the same thing. Like you have 2 totally different ideas. What's up, brochacho? Looking at. But yeah, again, very well done, dude. Again, thank you for letting me show those off. Those were really cool bases. Okay. Now we have Chap. Can't remember if they were going to be in here tonight. That's ADHD for you? Dude, seriously. That is my life. I'm the ADHD king. Chapopolis? Well, yeah. But no, very well done. Bought the game for me and my son the day it dropped, and we played for 4 hours that day. We beat the game in a week. Nice. Welcome in, Lava, by the way. Glad you're enjoying the game and having a lot of fun with it. Whoa. Whoa. One sec. Make sure I know what I'm doing. Oh, yeah, I know which one this is. Okay. Funnily enough, we have another soda can base, but it's just the start of the base. This one goes all over the place on top of it, so it'll be a fun one. Alright, I have to go pee real fast, so I will be right back. Bear with me for a second, and then we will show off Chap's base, so just give me like 30 seconds. Alright, I'm back. Refreshed, ready to go. Get the screen back on. I have to come back and rewatch. I've been building the whole time and hardly paying attention. Dude, all good. And all of this will be in a video at some point too. Now the videos are taking longer than I was hoping. They were supposed to be a weekly thing, but the process is taking a little longer than I thought. But as we get it going, those videos should come out potentially weekly as we continue base reviews. Okay, come on, computer. Give me the screen. There we go. All right. All right, next up we have Chap. Yeah, Chap. Their base is on the like wooden fence post area and part of this the can as well. Thank you, Ducky. I'm a huge fan of this base location. I've seen a couple people building on these things, and I think they're really interesting overall. Uh-oh. Want some? I'm trying to do base reviews, dude. Get out of here. So, funnily enough, another soda can base. In many ways, kind of similar overall to what you had also done. But we will check this out. I love a little soda can base. They're so compact that they do everything you would need. And there's a lot more on top of this as well. This is just the start of the base. And 3 levels on this one. I'm loving this. This is really well designed, Chap. I don't think Chap is in the chat tonight. But I gotta say, I love this little base. Especially because it looks like this was how they started the build. And then they realized that they just wanted to go and make it massive. And they just went for it on top of the soda can. But fun little details. These are some of the things I love. I really love the pine when you invert and flip the 2 different sides of these mini triangles. They look really good. But, I mean, this base... exactly what you want from a soda can base. Everything super compact, really functional, really easy to get in and out of, really well done. And it's also just the start of the whole build because it goes all the way up to the top here. You'd think you could really easily look at this base and be like, oh, it's just a soda can. And then very quickly, it gets really big really fast. It'll be really fun. And another one that like haphazard randomness between all of the different pieces, and you guys are really creative with the way to like navigate and walk through these spaces. Gotta say, I absolutely love these little lighting designs. Like, come on, look at this. Is this not like straight out of a carnival where they have like the House of Wonders and all the craziness? Very interesting. And like, not only is this an interesting lighting effect overall, but they put them on the sides as well, so they're not super direct, which I think is one of those things that can be a struggle in a lot of designs, is that the lighting, when it's placed right in front, it's like shines right in your eyes, and this feels like the perfect use for it. You have the mask on. Yeah, love this design, especially with like the pebble backgrounds. Like, it adds a huge amount of detail. So very well done. And again, if people haven't seen this, the little orc disruptor things, I don't know what they're called in this game. Yeah, the orc disruption bombs, I think. They create this crazy little like force field effect that looks really cool. I don't know why, but it does. Yeah, that's the orc disruptors. They actually have like a visual effect in this game, which I think some people could really take and like create their own crazy design with, which I think would be really fun. But I gotta say, I'm absolutely loving the lighting. Again, lighting, phenomenal. Making the stuffed bugs glow. Sorry for everyone else that didn't get their lighting as good because I had my gamma wrong, but I know you all did a great job. Wow, it literally is a carnival. Okay, see, You know a design's good when I walk in and say, wow, this feels like a carnival, and the first room I walk in is literally carnival. Dude, this is epic. You have the carnival rides, you got the seats, you have literally everything. You have like the concession stand with all the food behind it, the basketball game. First off, dude, what? This is so good. Are you kidding me? I freaking love this. I can't, I'm so amazed at how many people have done these cool, like, really cool little carnival things, and everyone's designs are, like, totally different. This is really well done. I love that, like, these are all lit up and stuff, too. Just, it literally feels like a carnival. Got a great little room. Again, really good job on everything. The little desks. It's like carnival ride and also just a totally functional base. And then as I'm seeing, it looks like I'm supposed to use the leaves and stuff to run around as well. At least that's what some of the lower areas looked like. Very cool though. And even they're even using the little pine roof material to get the functionality out of their sap collectors, which is really cool. Let's see, get a little light. Nice little storage room, crafting space. I love the little extra design pieces you've done in here. Escape hatches. These windows look really nice. I'm stealing that idea. 100% stealing that idea. Good job on your like little central area as well. This is a great little chest design. Just simple and elegant, gets the job done. Same with the armors as well, little armor displays. You have all the functionality in like one little spot while also just looking nice. You got like the perfect little chill areas. What a view. What a view. Definitely enjoying the creativity at the moment. It just keeps going. What? Got like little balcony spaces. I gotta say, everyone tonight is doing an incredible job on just like creatively making creative layouts where these things are all on different floors, but everything's on top of it, so it's very functional in the way that it's all gonna reach everything. So you're not like trying to worry about, is this gonna reach? Can I actually make this function, like placing them on top of each other, but then having really unique ways to get up and down. Like the verticality of the overall base makes a lot of sense. You got your nice staircases and everything. And pallet storage. I love how everything's like hidden on different levels. And then like you're actually utilizing the different spaces that you've built as well. Like utilizing the leaf as a way to like shortcut through your own base is really creative as well. I think that was the bedroom. Yeah, I love the now we're all kind of doing this as we're all figuring it out too, where everyone's just messing with these triangles, which I absolutely love the look of. Even the lighting, like using the sap collectors as like a lighting source is really cool. Again, I cannot get over how cool this looks. Like little bug cages and everything. This must be literally be one of those carnival rooms like the Wonders. Like a Wonder Museum or whatever. Dude. The little archway to get in. Wow, the chandelier lighting looks epic. Each area has its own lighting as well. That looks really nice. Hiding lights behind the columns as well looks really cool. Just like a little bug museum. The flooring, also, I didn't even notice when I walked in. Good job. I love that this is like, actually feels like a little pathway. Dude, this is sick. So well done. And then again, just taking advantage of a really nice view is something I'm always a fan of. I like how his eyes like light up and glow. And then also hiding the mushroom, the garden patches so the mushrooms stick through is also a really cool design. And then utilizing the lighting on the roof to highlight those is also a really well done little idea. Wow. I'm just loving the little details. It's just everywhere. Like clipping these into the ground so it just adds in a little bit more detail. Hiding lights up behind the bugs to keep everything lit. In like the little center area, doing like that to keep the lighting hidden really well. The backlighting of all of this is done really well. The depth of putting the curved walls, that's also a really cool detail, is these are curved walls behind here, or curved foundations behind the triangle pieces, so they add even more depth to the whole build. Really cool. Really, really well done. And I gotta say, the chandeliers are lovely. I'm always a fan of just lighting in general. But very well done. I gotta say, I want to make sure I didn't like miss anything, but not the biggest base in the world, but man, the detail of everything is just packed in. Just a wolf spider wandering creepily around. Even like the lighting in there too. Really well done with all the lighting effects. Is there more down there? Did I miss that? Uh-oh. We're dead. Oh, we're alive. We're not dead. Oh yeah, you even got your water collection back here with it all lit up. Wow, yeah, very well done. Love this little detail. We're gonna run away from the spider because I don't want to die. Pinch whack him. I think that's everything. I want to say that's everything. Well, I gotta say, in terms of first impressions, I love that the base starts off as this like little unassuming soda can base that sort of misleads you to think like, oh, this is a good little base. It's nothing crazy. And then there's like a little structure behind it because you didn't even build necessarily onto this. You just utilized the rope as the bridge to get you here. So at first glance, you'd have no clue if you're not looking up. You wouldn't see any of this stuff. And then you get up here and blown away. The lighting effects, outside of maybe Luderav for base tours we've done so far, these are some of the best lighting effects that I've seen in any of the base reviews. And something that I think all of us as base builders should strive to specifically is hit this level of lighting. Because I think this is what makes this build on to like a different from just this is a good build to the lighting is what just pushes it to a totally different level. And it achieves exactly that feeling of like a carnival lighting setup where you have like the flashing lights that go, they all, I don't know, it even like reads because you put them on the sides of these pieces. Like it reads as that carnival lighting that is like so nostalgic. And then you're utilizing like the red with the cockroach, the green with the with the mantis, the blue with the butterfly, green with the caterpillar. Like everything is like emphasizing the decisions that you've made, which I think is really, really smart. Even like making this scorpion head mount glow, utilizing the upper lighting as well to sort of, because everything's lit very well, but then you don't necessarily notice outside of the really intentional decisions to put this type of lighting in. A lot of it is so well hidden that it just kind of glows really well. So I would say you've done a really, really good job lighting this base. I love the absolutely ridiculous amount of creativity to make like a carnival base. Where this is a functional base where you live, but it's also just like, it's your fun place. It's your man cave. It's all your favorite things. Like you've got your games, you can do stuff, you can have fun here. It's a very playful way to mess with it. So first impressions, I easily give you a 5 out of 5. Really, really cool. Not only is the soda can base just well designed and made well and functions well, like you've also done a really good job being just creative in your overall design idea. The layout and flow, I think a 5 out of 5. If you're just looking at the soda can base, like it flows and is laid out perfectly. Same with the previous soda can base. Like, they do exactly what you need them to do, no more, no less. They work really well, but then you've also taken this now to like this crazy level of layout, and it just kind of flows randomly and haphazardly through this entire, like, it's just a vertical wooden post, and somehow you've like made it feel like a root base almost, which is really interesting. It's like just kind of goes through everything. You saw an interesting spot. You utilize the leaves as well, which is maybe an overlooked thing. To utilize the rope as a bridge, and then utilize this as a bridge as well, because I did notice that you have, in a lot of the spaces, you have arrows and everything showing that those are like things you've intentionally done, so the layout makes a lot of sense and is fun. You've had a lot of fun with it, and you've utilized like interesting exterior staircases and stuff to move you vertically throughout this entire base, which I think is really well done, and then it all flows into all the different spaces that you need it to be, while also just being kind of a fun design overall. So really well done on that. The structure and realism, I don't even know if you want to call it realism, but I absolutely love it. The vertical forms of maneuvering, along with the utilizing the leaves to bounce around, utilizing the rope as well. Like, you've taken advantage of this like large post, and you've made it into just a really intriguing overall base. And like, realism wise, I mean, it literally looks like a carnival. Like, it actually physically looks like what I imagine a carnival to be. Like, what I remember as a kid, like going to the carnival and seeing the oddities, museums, and the mirror rooms, and the games, the basketball games, the little shooting games, like all of it. So it's like, realistically, like, it really does instantly give off exactly what you've built here. So I think you've done an incredible job, and I'll give you another 5 out of 5 on that. The materials and aesthetics, again, that's an absolute easy 5 out of 5. Like, the utilization of like pebblet foundations and these the pine quarter triangle walls is really cool. Also, like, using ladders is such a creative way to like create these cages that these bugs are like look like they're escaping out of. Really, really well done. On top of just showing off the cool design and decor pieces, you got, I mean, if you don't look, like, you've got all the little design pieces in here. You've got interesting lighting. The spike traps are adding more detail. You've really melded these two, the pine along with the pebblet foundations really well, along with just the stem flooring too. Like, creates a really good flow to the base overall. So I'm really big fan of that. The functionality, again, easy 5. Everything works. The soda can base is immaculate, designed very, very well. That's incredibly functional, and this stuff is maybe more fun than functional, but it does, I think, in terms of functionality, you have to look at it as like maybe in a slightly looser term. It's not just functional in terms of, does this base well? Like, can you survive here? It also has to be like, have you functionally achieved what you've set out to do? And from what I can tell, and you haven't told me anything about this, you've created this amazing like carnival or fair setup with games and everything, and you've achieved exactly what it looks like you set out to do. I immediately, without even knowing, without being told, said this looks like a fair, and it feels like that's exactly what it's trying to do. Because you've achieved exactly what you set out. So I think kudos on that. In terms of the creativity and theming, absolutely 10 out of 5. The fact that you did not tell me, and I know I just said this, but the fact that you didn't tell me that this is what this was, and I had no clue what I was walking into, and I just immediately was able to recognize that, like, your theme is on point. It is, it all feels like it melds together so well. So it's very, very well done on that sense. And then in terms of improvements, that's a tougher one for me, honestly. I think in terms of what you've done with the like fairground party games, the lighting, like, it's all so well done. The lighting, the creativity on all of this does exactly what it looks like it's going to do. The people, the chairs, like the bar setup, that is all, like, I don't think I can give you any feedback on that stuff specifically, because you've knocked the lighting out of the park. You've knocked the games and the design out of the park. I would say maybe in terms of the rest of this base, it feels just a little lacking compared to the detail that you have with the lighting on the rest of it. So I would say push some of this design to that next level where I really like these intentional decisions to use planters. Your layout with your chests and stuff is all really good. Same with your armor stuff. The windows as well, but maybe in terms of your own like room is what I would guess this is. You could maybe bump the design up to match because everything feels a little undershadowed or overshadowed from this specifically just because it's so like it is over the top and it is doing what it's meant to do. And so everything kind of feels like it takes a little bit of a back seat compared to the design of this. So I think maybe in terms of like filling out the rest of this is where I would tell you to go next. Because I really like everything you've done with these spaces and these rooms, and then leaving some of this stuff in the middle open. Maybe this is where you could start bringing in some more details. You made this lower space here. Try to give more rhyme and reason to it. Whether that be, let's see here. If I can get these ones to go in where I want them to. Little difficult to build where you've already built and stuff, but if you like built stuff behind it and then did backlighting behind these staircases that you have in this, that would sort of give this like glow to this like center ring, which could be really interesting. You could also sort of get into you have the creature museum and stuff, but you could get into like the bug taming area, and you could like add in some really interesting like trapeze style arenas and stuff. Sorry. Unpause. In terms of that, like an interesting idea would be maybe the way they have like lion tamers and like those exhibits. Like you could maybe make the center area sort of feel like that, where there's maybe like a bug tamer taming whatever bug it is, an ant or something you haven't utilized, scorpions, whatever. Could be that, or that could be where you maybe expand this outwards more and you continue building out and utilizing some of these interesting plant structures and areas. And that way the detail feels like it all wants to be this level of detail in my mind. Now that I've seen it, like I want to see this all over the place. I want to see more of the lighting on the outside of these buildings. I want to see maybe a little bit more. It's hard because we don't necessarily have all that many curved pieces at the moment, but maybe making some of these vertical spaces feel a little bit more designed, where I could see like lighting going down this and sort of creating like a spiral effect or something. Same with if you're doing like over here. I think that's another staircase of some kind, but adding more lighting in these areas, just more detail wherever you can, I think is a winning formula. Because everything, the lighting feels a little lacking in these lower spaces, and I know these are maybe more functional. They're not necessarily meant to accomplish the same thing as the carnival spaces, but I think that's where the base is currently lacking comparatively. So if you can kind of make some of these entrances maybe more epic or more lighting specifically, I think would take the rest of the space to that, like, bring it to the level that you have in the design of the carnival type spaces. I think that would be my biggest idea, would just be try to take some of these elements and find interesting, unique lighting options. Even if it's maybe not the same lighting, but taking some of these interesting design decisions with the railings along with the angled triangle pieces could be just really interesting ways to like add more and more detail. But honestly, at the end of the day, I think really, really well done, Chap. Thank you again for letting me to view this one. I really appreciate it. This was an awesome, awesome build. And I think really cool to show off a lighting done this well, because that's one of the things that I feel like people have yet to really dive into. So if I had to have like my final thing, is the lighting is really well done. And I think a lot of people are going to get a lot of really interesting ideas from the design of these two bases. So very well done. I appreciate you letting us look at it. Okay, welcome in, Uzin. How's it going, man? You're just a little late. Okay, we have Astro Lizard up next. This will be a little bit of a re-review. They've worked on some of these and changed some things up from the sounds of it, and they wanted us to take another look. Which one is that? So many worlds. Yeah. Let's delete that and make a new one. Okay. Turn that off for a second. Oh. Sec. Get into the right spot. Yeah, the bar and hoops are absolutely awesome. Yeah, it definitely looks like a mirror museum sort of craziness. Very well done. All right, where is a good spot to start on this one? Unfortunately, I can't share worlds because Xbox servers don't work on Linux. Oh, that's a bummer. Lame. How are we supposed to see your world then? Okay. Yeah, that building definitely feels like it's like telling a creative story. Definitely there, Jesse. I'll allow it this time. Oozin. Ducky, get out of here. It's not black anymore. Alright, so we are now looking at Astro Lizard's world. We have viewed this one once before, but they have added a bunch of new stuff, new areas, new designs, and we were going to take a quick look at this one again. So again, for people who don't know, just the starting ranger base area, very similar, another kind of crazy, sprawling, random design base that looks really epic. And apparently there's grubs digging in the floor. So if you guys don't remember this one, most of this was the old stuff. There's some of that as well, a little bit of this design. This is all new. There's now this massive thing that goes all the way up there. And just because I don't think Astro Lizard wanted to be left out, they also designed a really epic little basketball stadium. Which, I gotta say, I love that you guys are messing with the stadiums and stuff, because they just look so cool. Fun little one. I feel like they're all just different in their own ways. Like, Astro Lizard has actually created, like, a three-point line and, and everything. Like, it's actually the key and all of that. So, very well done on that. Love to see how you guys are adding in these like interesting details and how they all differentiate from each other. But yeah, very well done. Also, the fact that, if you guys, just a little random detail that I love is the leaf is a bridge. Just one of those things like you don't really think about. And it's also, you can't really see it in photo mode, but they're also building out like a grandstand kind of covered area with scoreboards, it looks like. It's just a really interesting little design. And I gotta say, I just love this, love the utilization of random things like that in the world. I don't think a lot of this lower area has necessarily changed. This is sort of still all their functional spaces, everything, so we'll kind of fly through some of this. This all looks roughly the same. Again, this was the base that has like the ridiculous pathways and outer cool spaces that you can like run around, and random bridges that take you anywhere and everywhere. Tiki hut. Actually, that does look like it's changed a little, maybe. Added a little bit more tiki hut roofs and stuff on the outside here, which I think is a great little detail. I just want to run on bridges. I don't even want to like use the actual staircases or anything. I just want to like find the cool little designs and use them instead. I think it's a fun way to kind of create different ways to get through bases. So it's definitely an interesting one. This was all sort of here already. So I think we'll want to run all the way down and show that, but just wanted to double check that things didn't change too much. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, gotta say, love the entrance. I feel like a lot of people have been messing with lighting up these big mushrooms too, which I think looks really, really cool. And definitely it creates a more epic entrance than what was previously designed, so I think that's a really fun way to do it. Again, the structure on this base was really interesting from the beginning. The utilization of these different design pieces just to create cool things, I think is done really well. Very functional. I do really like the little like curved rooms like this for these for chests. I might have to think about using some of those more often. But just so many random details. Again, the lighting is done really well. The bedroom feels like it's been updated quite a bit. Now it's like it's an armor display, but it's also like your own band. It's like you're having a concert in your bedroom. Definitely a fun little design, and love the lighting on this one as well. And just making the stuffed bugs glow. I think it just always looks really good. Got a nice little like desk area. Done a really good job kind of upgrading and updating the interior details and just adding fun, interesting things. Is this arrow to the knee, not Astro Lizard? Am I a goofball? Let me know if I messed up there, Luke. I have so many bases running through my head. Dude, there's just so many places to go, I don't even know what I'm doing. I love it. Again, like, depending on which way you walk out of a base, like, you're in a totally different space. Which is really cool. It's definitely a maze. But in the most fun way. I don't even know how to get over to those other areas, too, which is funny. Definitely love the, like, creativity here to just... So many entrances, so many exits. So many interesting little, like, design pieces to get lost in. I don't even know if my brain can function and design something like this if I tried. This is a testament to the interesting design. I'm gonna miss stuff. This thing's insane. There's just stuff everywhere. Everywhere you look, there's like new pieces and new designs. And all of a sudden, I'm back on the other side of the base that I was already on earlier. Oh, sounds good. Arrow. The finish up Astro Lizards. But yeah, very, very well done. Just the randomness. Like, it's so fun to explore these, like, the chaos. Because my brain doesn't function like this, and so I always admire people that can build with the chaos. Oh yeah, I know I missed the biggest tower. I was saving it for last. I didn't want to, like, accidentally wander into it. Like I just currently did. Dude, your brain... I don't even understand how your brain is doing this. I'm so lost right now. Like, I don't even know how this is all connecting together. And it's not even like that big. I think is the craziest part. Is like you just accidentally walk down the wrong thing and you're all of a sudden in a totally new area. Or you're on the other side of the base without even trying. Definitely loving the lighting, by the way. It looks really cool. So now we'll get to the main new tower. Which is very well done. I actually really do like that you utilize the grass in these triangles. Not many people have been messing with the grass in that. Everyone kind of sticks with the pine, and that does look really nice. And like the use of these rounded stairs, or the spiral stairs, is also really well done. And your orc disruptors are making me sick to my stomach. Yeah, really like these little design pieces. I can't understand why you did the orc disruptors. They make my brain hurt. It definitely it feels like I'm walking through a mirror room. Maybe that's what the Chap needs to go back and do, is put some of the orc disruptors in his base as a way to make like a mirror room that hurts your brain. Just details everywhere though, Astra. Like the chaos building is on a different level with you, dude. Like, so cool. It's starting to hit that level of like detail that I try to have people aspire to, the level of detail that Ludorav does in storytelling. Like, you're really hitting your stride in terms of just so many details, so many little design pieces. You've got verticality, you've got pieces like going in every direction. Your spiral staircases are going one way, then another way, then like wrapping around. You're utilizing roofs as ramps and stairs, like so many different little designs to like navigate through each part of this base, which I think is really cool. And the fact that I can get this lost in a base that's not necessarily huge is a testament to like the creativity and the way you like move around and you think about moving around the base. And just every little detail. Gotta say, I hate spiral staircases, but somehow you're like converting me to actually like them. Because you've done such a good job like designing them into this base in so many ways. And I gotta say, really cool additions overall. Like, for essentially like a main entrance and one tower being added, it felt like that added a huge amount of stuff to this base. But I gotta say, really good job. I want to spend tons of time on stuff we've already half reviewed or semi-reviewed, but like really cool additions. And again, like the lighting, messing with the layers of different things. This isn't just one big circle tower. You've got like interesting pieces where you can like start adding cool details onto all these different areas, which I think looks really cool. The lighting, really, really well done. Quick grading on this one. Again, first impressions, like it's a little bit different for something that I've seen some of already of this build. I have to say, like, I'm really impressed. Like, I didn't necessarily think that you could add more to this base without it just getting crazier, but it's crazier in the best kind of way, if that makes sense. Like, you stuck with what I loved about the first base, and you've now amplified it to another level when you're adding things. So I think you've done a really cool job on the whole thing. Again, lighting, it's so much random lighting, but it just creates really interesting little spaces in every single spot. Like, every spot feels a little different. I have no clue how to get around this base. I was trying to get over here, and I kept ending up over there. And then all of a sudden, I'm on the top, and then I'm on the bottom. Like, it feels like just a crazy maze of a base. But also, like, each space you just accidentally wander into is like a new little design, a new little idea. Just intriguing little pieces. You're showing off all the different decor items really well. The detail level, I think, is starting to hit, especially on the inside pieces, like you're really starting to hit a good level of detail. So yeah, first impressions compared to the first one, probably another 5 on that. The layout and flow, I want to give you like 100 out of 5, but also 0 out of 5 at the same time, because there's no rhyme or reason to how any of it works, and it makes no sense, but I thoroughly enjoy getting lost in the maze, I think is what's kind of interesting, because like there is no layout and there is no flow necessarily. It's just kind of absolute chaos between different levels, and everything, like you've got so many different directions and platforms and bridges and staircases. Like there is no layout and flow, and there also is tons of layout and flow at the same time. So it's a really interesting like mix, where normally I would just be yelling at Ludorev for like, dude, where are we going? Like, I'm so lost. And this, I'm like, I was thoroughly enjoying getting lost in this little base. Like, so well done on the terms of like how you're making this thing lay out and work overall. So very well done on that. Again, the structure and realism, you've done a very good job again, like continuing to create kind of crazy shapes and stuff, but also making the structure of this feel very intentional, where this all feels very realistic and interesting, and it isn't just one simple thing to get you somewhere, but it all kind of like flows into this chaos of interesting designs and like multicolor, just chaos is the best way I can describe it. And I thoroughly enjoy the like structural design, because it's not trying too hard to be super real, but it also, like, you have just enough details in some of these spaces to make this feel like it actually does make sense. And so visually, although it's like this crazy tower with these things jutting out at every angle, it also makes total sense in so many ways. So I think you've done a really good job on continuing in a different way now what I liked about the chaos structure and the platforming, and just continuing to like double down on your interesting ideas. The materials and aesthetics, I do like a lot that on the newer tower, you really dove into different materials. Like you didn't have the sturdy grass walls. I like that there's some foundations as well. Like it breaks things up and sort of adds a more interesting or a different design and a different materiality to the build, while also somehow still following the overall theming from the first design that I had seen. So very well done on that. Functionality, I don't even know if you can rate something like this on functionality, because I don't even know if it's meant to function. It's just meant, it does what it does really well. Similar to like the carnival, like you set out to design something that just sprawls and is like this treehouse without a tree, and you've continued to kind of create a great like aesthetic that just continues to like develop as you add more. And I'm interested to see how they continue, like when you get new materials and you get new stuff added to the game, like how you're going to design that in and incorporate that into the rest of the design that you have going on. Because if looks like there's a trillion things going on and we only have a couple materials at this point. So if once you get more and more options, I can only imagine that this is going to get crazier and crazier. The creativity and the theme, again, your maze-ness with the design aesthetics at a 5, your functionality is at a not applicable, I guess, and then your creativity and theming again is also at a 5, because you're having fun. Like at the end of the day, you're having fun, and that's all that matters. Like I love that it's exactly what you've described it as, and you're excited about it, and I love that you're just like experimenting with it. It oozes creativity and chaos in the best ways. So very well done on that. Another 5. And in terms of improvements, I can't really say that I have a lot. It feels like you've taken a lot of the ideas that I suggested, and you're just continuing to push those ideas further and further, where you're not necessarily sticking with just repeating one design. Like you've pushed it into a totally different direction, and it still feels cohesive with, although nothing's cohesive necessarily about this base specifically. Like that's kind of what is so intriguing about it, is that it is hot, random, and just happens like a maze, and things just come out of nowhere. And so, but you've doubled down with your new design ideas and taken that to the next level, which is exactly what I had sort of suggested. That I just want more of it. I want to see it grow. I want to see it continually pushing forward and continuing with the design. And so you feels like you've done exactly that, and you just like have kept going. And apparently there's a lot more of this space that's built too, that we're not seeing. And so down the road a little bit, apparently this like starts sprawling all the way out over these directions and stuff that they're working on as well. So I would say very good job, very well done. I can't give you a whole lot of improvements because you did exactly kind of what I said from the first base review, and you've doubled down and taken it to that next level. So honestly, Astra, very, very well done. Very fun build. Love the chaos theory. That is just things are happening for fun, and you're not afraid to just lean into it and do it. But yes, Astra, thank you once again for letting me review this base and see the upgrades. Very cool additions overall, like really, really well done. You like to look at some like maps on Grounded One, not just build? What does that mean? I wish I had a brain to use more multicolor lights and make it look nice. Yeah. I tend to be very rigid, and so for me, seeing builds like Astro Lizards, like it makes my brain go, I have a lot to learn too. Like, I'm the one reviewing bases, and my design style still has so much that it could evolve into, that like one style isn't necessarily the best or right. Like, we all have interesting things that we can all learn from. I can never make those thatch domes work. Always looks out of place, but he makes them work really good. Yeah, it definitely is a challenge for sure. There are some pieces that just I've always struggled with and I didn't really use, and it's always fun seeing someone just push their design to a different level and make something work as well. Like playgrounds things, probably not. Just because anyone can just join a playground, like you can just share it. We could make, if people have interesting playgrounds, we could make a chat specifically for people to share those things or something as well, though. Such chaos, I can't create like that. Very creative. Yes, exactly. D's. All right, we have next up is D's, or Hojo the Wizard, I believe is the world, if I can find it. Skipped it. The heck am I? I have too many worlds. There it is. Oh, this one's epic. Okay, I remember this one. But yeah, I think showing off playgrounds maybe more in a Discord setting is probably a better option. But yes, Astra, very well done. Dude, I'm gonna have to spend tomorrow just organizing save files and getting rid of everything. All right, so we have Hojo the Wizard, I believe, or D's. And Unseen Punk, right? In chat, for those who are wondering. Is that right? I have way too much chat. Is that right? Unseen Punk. Everyone's got so many names, it's hard to keep track of it all. Yes. And this is survival, right? If I'm not mistaken. This is another podium build. Just gotta get to the start of it real fast. Too many names. Yeah, so does everyone else, I've noticed. Okay. Yes, so this is a survival build up on the top of the podium as well, which very cool. Commitment at its finest. Okay, just let the screen turn back on. Holy cow, 10:25 already. Not moving very fast on these. Beginning of it is the worst part. Oh, I haven't seen the full thing on the top or anything, but I did a little exploring of how to get through it, and I loved it. I thought it was really cool. All right, so we now have D's, or Unseen Punk, or Hoju the Wizard, or Man of Many Names. This is a podium build. This is in survival as well. We did a creative base review up on the top of the podium the other day, which was super epic and impressive. But this is all survival as well. So this is on a kind of a different level to be building up here in pure survival. Uh-oh. There we go. Very functional little base entrance there. Hardest part, getting your setup so you can get up here really easily. And I do enjoy that, like, you get little glimpses. Something maybe you don't necessarily see this as much, but something I immediately notice when I'm doing this is you're just to functionally get up to the top of your base. I'm just seeing these little like sneak peeks that I think are really interesting, and that you actually decided that instead of just building out and around this, you decided you wanted to use the traversal system that the devs put in for us, which is really cool. Super functional, just little storage spaces, which are done really well. Compact, easy. Nothing to write home about, but love that you've created a great system of how you can bring all your stuff up, get it over here, and make it work. Because that's hardest part about this base is building the base itself. Getting everything set up so you're not just hating your life bringing materials up, because this is a commitment. Very big commitment to get up, and then you just enter into base. Like, very good. I love the reveal effect. Not only like this scorpion thing is awesome, by the way. You've like the circle built out with all of the fridges, like you have all your different stuff, but you have no clue. You walk up, and if you're not paying attention, like you have no clue that this like epic little scorpion thing is built right here. So I think you've done a the creativity is I'm loving so far. Like you just enter into this base where you think that you were coming up to the top of the podium, but you're just all of a sudden you're just in it. Loving all the details. I don't even know where to start. There's just so many things to look at. You've got huge amounts of chests. You have your crafting table. Love this little design, like with the staircase up to it too, like making it a really designed element, I think is really fun. You have like palisade walls, like half clipping through the walls and stuff, adding new interesting textures. You have even more grass pallet stem storage, which I think makes a ton of sense when you're building up here. Like you just kind of have to grind and get everything. Another great addition, utilizing the little glitches in the game at the moment to get sap collecting to make this like actually functional is like probably the hardest thing to do about this base overall, is making it functional. So it's not just an absolute nightmare to work with all the time. It's like you found a way to make each thing that you need in the base easily accessible, which I really like. And just so much. I love your circle designs. This is really cool. This looks super nice. Same with the circle one there too. They look really, really nice. Like having fun with the bug stuff, the mantis, all of that. I actually think you posted this in Discord the other day too. I think it looked really cool. Got a basketball court, and you've got the netting behind. So not only do you get water, but your basketball doesn't fall off the podium. So like double functional. Very well done. Yes, it was only dark on the inside for a second. But yes, we can turn that off. You got your scoreboard. Loving the design, like your little overhangs, the lighting looks really good. I like the color choice to like make that glow the way you did. And another design from that I've seen now, where like lighting palisades on the inside just looks really good. You even lit the basketball hoops, and like everything shining from below as well. That somehow I don't even know how to get down there yet. Oh, it's over there. I think what's so cool about this is if you put me here and didn't tell me I was on the podium, I would have zero idea where I am right now. I would have no clue that I'm on the podium at the moment until you get to like one of these random spots. Even got the functionality there. Like until you see something like this, you really don't know that you're on the podium. This is really cool, dude. You even have like the notes and stuff. Your own secret little thing. The structure down here is really really well done. I really like these little details. These are really cool. The use of the columns. The fact that you're still allowing yourself to get down into these spaces underneath as well to like see the codes is another really good functional thing, because at some point you have to come up here, and so it's nice knowing those things are available and you haven't totally hidden them. And then dude, this is really cool too. Really well, like really, really nice little design ideas here for like walking around these spaces to just divide a stairway between this and make that a design decision. I think is really interesting. Dealing with York butterflies, yes. Also a smart one, because they're a pain. The Weevil. Everybody spam your Weevil King. Where's my emotes? I can't find them. I had to do it. I had to do the Weevil King there for everyone. We can do it on YouTube too. Love it. The lighting so far, dude, incredible. Even just all the little details. Like you've really put a lot of effort into the fact that this stuff is barely showing through because this is at like a slight angle here, and you utilize that as a way to like add more detail in. It's super well done. The lighting. The triangle pieces, the tiki torch lamps, lighting up the floors for the Weevil things, a custom couch. I've been trying to figure out what to do with these landing pads, dude. Very clever. Very, very, very clever. Honestly, I am absolutely loving the creativity in this right now. Got your bed as well. Very well designed. I love that this is like its own room. Like this is what we saw from the lower area too, which was really cool. I think awesome little way to kind of add detail in. Like you have your own little room that's inside and outside. Loving the little design pieces. Again, seeing all the like all your pathways and everything look really interesting. The flow's really cool. The creativity with the decor items, you're killing it. Again, lighting. I love that you've made this walkway go around, but also like function into this back area, but then also be the more walking space or ways to walk around and everything. It's just very functional while also being really, really creative. I feel like I need to go back down and see this from the front before we get too far into that. This base is way bigger than you might expect at first glance, so there's a lot to see. And again, the lighting, something about this red lighting that you've done is really nice. Just looks really nice in these palisade walls. You're gonna make me steal your ideas. It's just never-ending detail. Like every little piece as a design into it. Every little space is utilized. You're not wasting space. There's so much just simple designs that work really well. And loving your massive windows out the top. Again, continuing the design you've done here, like, looks so good. And then utilizing more of these the garden patches looks really cool. Like, oh, you put them on a table. Super clever. Super clever. I'll never be able to get that back in, but luckily it doesn't affect your world. I had to know, though. Yeah. Gotta say, this is looking really, really good. Wow. I gotta say, I think everyone is now going to steal this idea, D's. This looks so clean with the picture frames behind them. There's one thing I've never loved is I love armories. I love showing off stuff. I've never felt like I found a design that I actually really, really like for displaying the armor and or displaying the weapons specifically, because they never feel like they're like where they want to be. They're too small or they sit funky. But by putting the sign frame behind these, like, it adds, like, it literally feels like a picture of it almost. Like, it looks so cool. This really cool little detail. And even here where you're like clipping these things into one another to create this like perfect little window room. And again, continuing those, it looks so clean. Oh yeah, I'm 100% stealing this one there. This is my new favorite weapon display I think I've ever seen from anyone in any grounded game. 1 or 2. I think this is my favorite display because no one figured this out in Grounded 1 and it was exactly the same. So it's a really cool level of creativity. And again, I love that you've just continued using these cool light fixtures to like continue making cool rooms and highlighting cool spaces. Even like widening them and adding those looks really nice. It's like creepy the way the light like darkens out the bottom and the top, so it almost doesn't look like pine anymore, which I think looks really nice. I love that you like walk up, same as the walking up underneath the scorpion. Like if you're not paying attention, all of a sudden you're just like walking around and then there's just a massive spider right in front of you. They're like using the dew collectors is not something that's just made for collecting dew. Like you're having more fun with them and like utilizing them as like interesting ways to fill in gaps that you probably were annoyed that you couldn't quite fill in the way you wanted, and you found an interesting way to just get around that completely. And you've connected this really well. Like it's sort of symmetrical, but it's also not at all. And somehow it's really easy to navigate. It's almost like the complete opposite chaos from Astro Lizard's base, where theirs is more embracing full chaos, whereas like yours is utilizing all these different areas and spaces. It's not necessarily sticking to like a very square or simple layout, but everything kind of flows into the other things really well the way you've done this. I mean, even like acorn turrets placed on their sides is like a way to just add an interesting detail. You're like just clipping things together to make them look interesting. A really nice little, I don't know, desk design or something. It's what you used on the first Grounded. I'm amazed. I've literally never once seen someone use a sign frame, a picture frame, or yeah, sign frame behind the weapon wall mounts. It just looks really clean. Especially like when you're curving them around this wall, like it guarantees that they're all really evenly spaced, which for like my OCD level, it feels just clean, really clean, while you're also have all this crazy design stuff like the bugs and the garden patches that's like a very different aesthetic. So it's done very well, I gotta say. I love your high ceilings. A lot of people should be messing with these like really tall ceilings and like finding interesting ways to design like the structure that you've done. Like you've done a really good job creating a cohesive, well-designed base. like the layout to be easy to read. Yeah, it felt like it was really easy to navigate, but it also has like really useful ways to traverse through the base as well. Like you walk around, very simple to get around the whole base, but it's also just kind of like bouncing you from one area to another. So really well done. Gotta say, I was not expecting this one because I could not see it, and I didn't explore this one at all. I just looked at the lower space to figure out how to get up here, and then left it as a complete surprise, and absolutely amazing, dude. So, in terms of the grading, first impressions, dude, wow. Like, the reveal, you've got it all, honestly. Which I think is part of the coolest part, is, like, the fact that you're just in this base. Like, it's literally, like, this perfect reveal. You have no clue you're here. You don't really know where you're at any given time because you've built over the podium so well. But it's all just cohesive. The design makes sense. You've kept, like, I love the little things where you keep the functional spots of what's in your base. So it's like you didn't just cover things up. You've left interesting access points to everything. So like you're utilizing the space that you picked specifically really, really well. So yeah, easy 5 on first impressions. Like the reveal of how we got into it in general, really well. The lighting's done, the details done really well. All of the layout, everything really well done. So yeah, layout and flow, easy 5, if not a 6 or 7 or a 10, because it just flows. It flows really well in a completely different way that I've enjoyed everyone's flow and everything tonight, but I feel like yours is on a level of there's not necessarily a lot of symmetry in the inside, but it just feels very easy to navigate. I didn't feel really super lost at any point, but I also felt like everything felt different from place to place. So like the flow between the spaces made a lot of sense, while you also have a really interesting and unique layout that's not just repetitive things over and over again, in terms of like as well utilizing the little design pieces that you get from where you pick to build to your brain read, why would I make this a wall when I can go around and make a little pathway around the whole thing that goes to a secret room, essentially, like a secret bedroom for yourself, is all really well done. Really interesting little design idea, and that it's even different on the other side. Like you didn't do the same exact thing because you wanted to do this design piece, but you still managed to kind of replicate that on the other side. So it's intuitive to how you like get around this, which makes a lot of sense. So again, 5 on the layout. The structure and realism, like again, easy 5. I absolutely love how you've created these columns, and the way you've lit them specifically. It's like, this is some things that I was trying to point out to other people, is picking design elements and making them stand out, which I think you've done a really good job on so far. Because if you notice, everywhere else, the lighting is the normal like torch light or a different color completely, but you've made a really intentional decision to make these a slightly different color visually that makes every time you see one, they become this like highlighted spot in the build. Whereas like everything else is sort of different and the spaces are more open and all over, but then you're like, this is where you've done it again. And it just sort of like the places you decided to use repetition like ground you in the base itself, if that makes sense. So it's like you always know where you are because you see repeated things here and there, and so it's like really easy to tell what is a column and what's a ceiling and what's a wall, because the columns are all this one specific color, and the other walls all become these things that sort of blend in behind them. And so you've done a really good job like using repetition well, where you didn't do it, it wasn't like overkill where it's just the same thing over and over and over again, but it becomes this like the repetition is used in a way to highlight really specific design pieces in terms of other parts of the structure as well, like connecting the roofs. The roof structure is really interestingly designed. I like to consider like the stairs and everything as part of like the structural and navigation systems in a base design. And those all feel really intentional. They feel like they're grounded to the base really well. They're not like floating randomly. You have balconies everywhere that like add to the overall visual of the base. You're not just, here's a straight stair, here's a straight stair. Like you made an intentional decision to add these interesting pieces and interesting ways to get around these bases, the base in overall. So I think it's really well done on the structure and realism side of it, just because it all feels very well grounded. It feels like it's hefty, which I think a lot of people miss out on, because it's really easy and grounded to just kind of place a wall, and this is the outside and that's the inside. And I think that's where a lot of people could add tons of detail, and what they could figure out here is your walls have depth to them. They have shelves, so they have more detail. They're 2 pieces thick, or at least a quarter wall thick. So everything's not just one wall and it's done. Like some walls are a single wall when they're like in between on the interiors, but then others are utilizing a double thick and a one thick. Like each piece feels intentionally done. You've kind of created, it's not just a railing around the outside. Like all these things become a bar. Like you've designed the structure into everything. Everything's got like a slightly extra function compared to the standard way that I think a lot of people think in grounded building. There's depth, I guess, is another great way to put it that I liked. Is a way that I like to describe it is there's depth on a lot of it. In terms of the materiality and the aesthetics, dude, you 10 out of 5. Like, you have so much materiality, along with you're utilizing the different materials to like make specific design decisions, but then you're also utilizing light in a really good way that adds even more depth and detail to the build. Because I always like to think of light as another material, as another like detail that can be added in any given place. And so you've done a really good job just intentionally using lighting, intentionally using different like larger structures and different materials to highlight, and it adds huge amounts of depth to this build where you're not just having, it'd be so easy to just build one of these and get rid of this extra stuff, but it's those little things that take the detail to like that next level that looks really good. In terms of functionality, again, 5 out of 5 on that. Everything is right here, and I think that's what's probably, not that the design itself isn't impressive as hell, like it is, but the fact that you've made probably the least functional base spot in the game into a functional base spot is what is so impressive about this base in so many ways, because you have everything you need. You've found a way to like really intelligently get sap up here. You have huge amounts of storage. You've got mushrooms all over the place for down the road when we get mushrooms. You've got your bounce elevator to get you up quickly. You have huge amounts of stem and grass pallet storage that's all sort of hidden in a really nice way. It's not just like this huge, you made it a little part of the base up here, but you kind of use the under basement area to store some more of that functionality, so it works really well. For a base that honestly like shouldn't work, it works really well. And I think that's one of the more impressive things about it, like not overlooking just the interesting design pieces you've done and like the cool ideas you come up with. Like you've not only created interesting design pieces, but you've made them work specifically for a base that shouldn't feel like it works. So I think that's one of the things I'm most impressed about specifically, is because I can see every piece of function here is a design decision, like a really good design decision, making these circular things for the fridges and your chests, and like they're good design decisions, and they also just make the base work. And then you've also utilized on top of that, as I had said, like keeping these things in your base so you always have access to them is part of what I think is functionality. Is it's like using a field station in Grounded 1 inside your base. It just makes things function, makes them work. Having extra storage space to hide things in the future and still be able to get to the things in the game, like codes, are really good decisions that I find really interesting. and function out of the kind of weird shape the podium is in itself. Like, it's kind of a funky thing. It's not square. Like, the walls all kind of like curve or tilt. They all do really weird things, and so the fact that you found a way to utilize all of them in their own unique way is really well done. Creativity and theme, again, 10 out of 5. Your creativity is through the roof. If everyone watching this, if you're not stealing this idea, you're crazy, because this looks incredible. The garden patches, super creative. I mean, not even the fact that you found a way to like place these on the stairs in an interesting way, but then to like also utilize, again, another creative and functional thing to utilize dew catchers, because you don't have grass to get water in here. You're also utilizing this as like a net for a basketball court. So it's like, it makes total sense, and it's like the function makes so much sense. The creativity and theming, again, like pure creativity with also function all in one. It's just all the lighting effects, all the stuff makes so much sense that I really enjoy exploring it. And just little things everywhere you look that I just miss in every direction. I feel like I just find something new. So I feel like you've done a really, really good job on the design and the creativity and just pushing interesting elements. And again, a lot of people could learn from the lighting effects that you've done as well. Similar to like Chap from earlier, you've done a really good job utilizing lighting in a way to like draw attention to some of the cooler things that you've done that I really enjoy. Improvements wise, man, I gotta say, this is one of the bases I've struggled with more than others in terms of what I would improve. Because everything's designed, everything's thought about, everything's like you've made intentional decisions. And the reality of things is typically what I think of as improvements is I see someone making a decision and maybe not 100% committing to that idea. And that's exactly what you've done here, is you have made decisions and you've committed 100% to them. You've utilized like repetition for interesting ideas you've come up with or found or seen other people doing, however you came up with the ideas. Even just like putting bug mounts on it. Like, you've made it very intentional decisions, and you've made that a decision that is put throughout the entire base. And I think that is where it's really hard to offer any improvements necessarily, because I find that is what makes a base really good and like finished almost, where it doesn't feel like it needs more. It doesn't feel like it needs any additions because the decisions have been made very intentionally. Where I'm stuck with as well, not sure, might just make a new base at a different location. I don't like telling you that I don't really know what else you should do, but I don't really know what else you should do. I'm sure you could just add more. You could add, especially, I guess the hard part for you is that your base is full at this point. And so I think it's going to be really difficult when new items get added. You can scrunch all the mannequins together and add more and more as more and more armor and weapon pieces get added. You can add them above and stuff. So if anything, like you've filled out the space so well that maybe you've left yourself a little bit of a lack of ability to continue to grow overall is probably the only thing I could say is like wrong with the base, but it's not, that doesn't mean anything's wrong with the base. I think you've just done a really good job filling out the space overall and creating interesting ideas. So I think more than anything, I would not hesitate as a builder to do something else as well. Pick another spot that you find interesting on the map and just go for it and see what else you can come up with, and try to not use anything that you've used here and come up with new ideas, because I feel like your creativity would allow for some really interesting builds, kind of along the lines of like Luderav, where he just builds base after base after base and experiments and has new ideas and new interesting things. Because you've done great with the lighting, you've done great with the layout, you've done great with the materials. It's detailed everywhere. You have the depth that I really try to push with people, especially like overhangs and the roofs and stuff. I can't really say that there's like anything I would say specifically that needs to be better or improved upon, but other than the fact that add more to it when they add more items as well. And if I could say anything, and maybe this is a selfish thing on my part, build another base because I want to see what else you're going to build. is more than anything. Is I think the only thing that I don't like about it is there's not more to see, because I want more at the end of the day. And so that's all you can really ask for when you make a build, is that I want to jump around it, I want to wander, I want to explore, I want to see every detail. So overall, like, you've knocked it out of the park. This is everything that I would say I want to see in builds. You have so many different materials, you've messed with everything. The only thing you're not really using is grass, which you still get the grass effect as well, so it's kind of is there in many ways. But yeah, you just don't have anywhere to go and expand upon now, so it feels like you just have to start another base at the end of the day. Anything, I would build an epic wrap around staircase with room for expansion on lower podium levels. That could be an interesting way to do it. I would say that's an interesting idea, Ace, for sure. Is, can you build in this area more? Like, I'd like to see how you utilize some of these other spaces, especially because you've already started. You have little things happening here, but maybe just build in these areas as well. Like, I think it'd be really, really cool to come back to this base at some point and see not only the really interesting base you've designed here, but like, how do you fill up these empty spaces? You could build floors that go across and like walls that go up and create really interesting wall designs. These you can build up and down and over these things. There's so much space down here overall. And there are some good items and stuff that you could get access to as well. But I think it could be interesting. That's probably the only thing I could really say is expand into the podium itself, because I think there's some interesting opportunities there if you're still interested in like not necessarily giving up on this base, because it is so interesting and well done. But yeah, I mean, gotta say, D's, very, very well done. Very impressed. One of my more favorite bases that we've reviewed. And that is not to belittle or demean anyone else's designs or anything we've looked at, but there's just something about this one that it is complete. And I think that's one of the easier things about reviewing a base that is like done, is all the details are there. It's easy to just keep looking at stuff, whereas other people these base reviews are also about helping other people and helping them build their bases out. It's not just about showcasing the biggest, best, most epic bases, and like we get to see some of these really, really cool epic bases from time to time, but I also really enjoy showing off other people's designs that aren't necessarily as far along, because I think there's a lot that can be learned. It's really easy to just go, wow, this is incredible, I can't build that. And so I don't want people to see stuff like this and go, wow, that's incredible, I can't build that. We've failed. But I also want to show you things like this because it really shows off what you can do if you keep pushing builds and keep going. And I think a lot of the builds we've seen, some even smaller ones, have the capability of getting to this level of design. But again, that's the difference between, as everyone is asking, there are like 300 something days on this world. Yeah, 312 days. That's a massive difference between people that have 100 days. Like, that's just what time and effort in a build over the long haul really can do for someone. Yeah, Bear, I like someone else's base. How rude. Favorite day of the week? Yes. What's up, Matt Lee? How's it going? Welcome. I no-lifed this build the last 2 weeks. Yes. I appreciate it. That's what I love to see. I think what's so exciting for me personally is this is exactly what I did with my pagoda base when I was doing a base tour with See-Through. I think I did 200 days of no life the 2 weeks before I showed my base off, to just literally finish every last detail, and just farmed and gathered and built and built and built, and I burned myself out so bad to show that base off for See-Through's channel. And that is like why we're all here tonight, is like I got to know life, a build that I really enjoyed to show off to people and hopefully inspire others. And so for me, it's so fun to be able to allow builds like this to get shown off and inspire other people, and also help people build better, bigger and better things, more interesting bases, help them get, like, if they're stuck on something, just like helping in any way, shape, or form that I can. So I very much appreciate you, D's, letting me show that base off, because that was honestly phenomenal. Very well done. I think you're going to inspire a lot of people to build some really cool stuff with those ideas. Okay. Let's see. Have that one. Trying to see. I have too many things. Those are all old. Yikes. Just got off work, so can catch up on the builds show today. Nice. I love your mustache. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, there's some epic builds tonight, honestly. Like, we saw a couple new builds that were really good, a couple redone builds that were really cool upgrades, a couple really interesting small builds, a couple really interesting big builds. Like, it feels like we've hit everything tonight, which has been really fun. It's been a really good showcase overall. I don't think they shared with me. Like, Busousani, how big is your base? Is my question. I have to do mine soon, but not too soon. Yeah, Josue. Dude, literally whenever you want. You tell me. All you got to do is add me and tell me when you're ready to do it. And we'll get you added to the list. I mean, we got... One person didn't share their world with me. I had them down, but I don't think they ever shared it. And we have another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And that's not on top of the fact that we have 2 more bases that weren't quite ready tonight as well. So we have another like 7 or so to go over. But yeah, Busousani, let me know how long yours is. I'm like right at that limit where I'm like half tempted to call it. So if your world's massive, I'd rather like give it the time and attention it needs before showing it off. Otherwise, okay, not too big. All right, we can show yours off since you're here. Because I have a couple people that didn't share. Luderav, one base tour that we've already done. That's an upgrade, and then someone else couldn't get their thing to work today. So I have a couple people that will be coming back for next stream as well. Where the heck? Mini mega build. That's perfect. What's your thoughts on the Axle update they announced yesterday? I'm really excited about it, honestly. Me personally, I'm really excited about the Build M new build system thing that they're putting in. Turning this off real quick. The Build M to me seems really interesting. I'm really excited to see kind of how they're adjusting. I've never really had major issues with the build radio system that they have, but I also am like totally open to the idea of some like brand new ways to build and stuff. So it's not in it. So I'm really excited to see kind of what new things they're coming up with and how they're gonna change the overall build system for us, and hopefully not make it too difficult in the long run. We'll see. But I'm very excited, and I think Axel seems like a really interesting boss in general too, so I'm pretty excited about that as well. Busousani, is it the at the starting location, like the ranger station-ish area? Right? Is that right? Yeah. Or is there a different base? But I'm excited. I think it's going to be a little smaller than everyone wants, like in terms of an update. I think the majority of players are going to come in, say, we don't have enough. I wanted more, even though this is like a teaser kind of taster thing for it. So I think it's really interesting. It's been just enough time. If it released like end of July, like August, September, 2 months to get a major boss that's a totally different scale, new armors, new weapons, new decor, a new build system, like organization system, a statue. Okay. Oh, the pyramid. Cool. All right, we'll turn this on so everyone can see since I'm just...
Chauffeur?
Crash Dummy Jr. So I have a feeling a lot of people are going to like absolutely burn through the new stuff in a day and complain, but as a builder specifically, I'm really excited about the additions of some new stuff. For me personally, it's really exciting seeing how they're planning on changing the build system and inevitably, I think, making it so much better, even though it's literally my favorite building system in any game ever at this point. So, pretty excited for it, honestly.
Tired.
But it'll probably be a little smaller than most people want. Did they talk about what the build M thing is? No. It's just, in some way, shape, or form, a revamp of the UI. I don't think it's necessarily adding anything new, necessarily. Take that with a grain of salt. That is not something I know. They really haven't talked about it in depth yet. But I am very interested to see an updated UI and design overall. I think it'll be really interesting. Can't catch me, I'm the gingerbread man. Wait, this isn't where I wanted to go. Why did I think I was closer? Where'd it go? Whoa. What am I on? This is why I tend to have my gamma up, because I get lost at night way too easily. And it's way scarier. Can you rewatch the live stream anywhere? Yeah, it goes onto my YouTube. Every live stream I have ever done is still on YouTube. So you just have to go to the live section. Go away. Leave me alone. Winter update, are we getting a map update and new creatures they mentioned? Yes, and we're getting like Mushroom 2.0, so we're getting new build pieces, and that's going to change. I'm really excited about these next two updates for building specifically. Josue, you're on Steam? I'm on Steam too, it's all good. You just have to have an Xbox account in some way, shape, or form to Playground it anyways. So you just have to send me your Xbox username thing that you have to have as part of it, and I add you as a friend, and you can share your world whenever you're ready. And we can talk about it on Discord as well if you need help. You can rewatch the stream. It's what I do most nights myself. Yeah, a ton of people watch it the next day because my time zone is so bad for everyone. Did you get every gold card? I don't have every gold card in Grounded 2. I have 100% of everything in Grounded 1, though. Any plans for a playground build? I have not, honestly. I think I just prefer regular building, like survival building. I'm not a huge creative building person. I lose interest really fast. I think Playgrounds is interesting, but I would probably only do it if I was really bored. Like maybe in between the Axle update and the winter update, if we get a little bored in building, it's very possible that like I could jump into some Playgrounds and stuff, but I haven't put a whole lot of time into it, so I don't really know. I love that you can just place anything and everything, but I kind of like a rhyme and a reason to doing things. I struggle with like purely creative builds, unless it's like old school Halo Forge, where I just built like Mongoose and Warthog racetracks and stuff. I tend to stick with more survival building specifically. And happy to do the review, Busousani. No problem. You have a lot of things and it's late, but I got out of the map and built something not like a base and floors. If you wanted to look at something on the map. It's a perfect thing for Discord there, Ducky. Okay, so this base is Busousani TVs. This is a kind of statue podium build over here. Sounds like it's a pyramid of some kind. We'll see what that means because I can't tell from down here. So it should be a cool little build. Let's see. Can I open those? Get off. Uh-oh. Did it crash?
How's this look?
Am I dead?
Think I'll start a new
Okay,
trend?
we're alive. Do I climb or do I go? Oh, interesting. You got like a whole fortress in here. Okay.
Anything interesting out here?
Just noticing all the details. Okay. I don't even know where to start. There's a lot of stems to build a wall around this whole thing. That's the first thing I notice. I already like the lighting effect that you've got going on. I don't really know what I'm doing, but I like that I can just vaguely see inside the base from the outside. I think that's a cool detail. Holy cow. Now this is chaos theory. It's everywhere. Wouldn't even know, like, what do I want to get? Uh-oh. Alright, I'm going to stop touching things. I think there's a lot of items in this base. Lagging me. Oh, perfect. You have arrows and everything. Nice. This. First floor has a gym. Oh, we'll get to it. I like your little, your bed area. That's really cool. We probably will be exploring this in the wrong order, but I like exploring in randomness. It just happened upon things. I think it's the most fun way to do it. I love that you just go for it, dude. Like, it's so much. You're having so much fun with just all the decor. It's like it's haphazard, but it also just feels cool. I don't know, like I don't even have a good word to put to it. Like it's randomness, but it also just feels fun. It's fun. I love that everyone's picked up on this pillow idea. This is like we're gonna just like everyone's gonna have the same bases at some point because we all just keep loving everyone's ideas. Oh, I like this. I like that you use the Orc Disruptor inside of this. That's really cool. It's like the perfect beacon for the top of a base, honestly. That's a great little detail, dude. Oh, you even have a mini base inside the top. These are the details that I can get down with. Just like, I would never guess that you put a little mini base right there, but I love it at the same time. Yeah, this is another really cool. I really like your little beacon tower things. It's like a hoarder house. Yeah, exactly. But not like a gross hoarder house. Like, it's a cool hoarder house. Yeah, you got little details all over the place. I love that you're having fun with all the different pieces and stuff. I think it's a really interesting little design so far. And I like that it's not just like a pyramid, like like an actual angled pyramid, because those end up being like near impossible to design on the inside, whereas having this more of like maybe a Mayan temple sort of design makes it even more functional. Question is, how do we get to the downstairs? Is there a secret passageway? Go. As the kids say, it adds aura. What do you think? This is a chat of a bunch of unks or something? You think I'm like old? Now I'm just like, how do I get in here, Busousani? Oh, nice. Your cup storage. I'm lost. How do I get in? The STEM building. All the way around. I went the wrong way. Boom. This is it. Oh, there we go. Nice. See, this is more the timber aesthetic. This is how my brain thinks. I physically trying to build like what you did upstairs. If I tried to do that in my own base, it would physically hurt my brain. But I like that you have both aspects. You didn't just stick to one. You have both design aesthetics. So you've reached all the demographics. Do I jump in this to go in the basketball hoop? Almost. Fun. There's so many little entrances and exits and stuff. Maybe I should follow the arrows for once. I'm assuming that's the gym, correct? And a garden. Where am I going? I like that these are like self-contained hallways. Meaning like in many actual pyramids, they have kind of access and tunnels and stuff sort of as made as mazes almost, so people get lost and couldn't actually get to the bottom of the pyramid. And I like that you've like kind of contained those. Yeah, the ball gym. So it's like the basketball court, all the things. And what's up here? Just a little lookout spot. I don't know what it is, but I kind of like it. God, you have so much room to build, I think is the crazy thing. Oh, and you're also building on separate grids too. Interesting. I love that people are starting to do that more and more. Just like little tiny grid changes. Dude, what is this? It's like we're walking into an airport and having to go through like 6 of those spinning carousel things. That is honestly like the trippiest doorway. The way you did that. It was really clever. I don't even know how to get it back to it. Well, it was. Oh yeah, there it is. Love it. Yeah, I definitely like the way you think about walking through a base. I can tell it's the little pathways kind of like just random enough to like confuse you, but also like look visually like this is really nice. Very well done on those. What is this area supposed to be that I'm walking through is the question. Looks like you're having a lot of fun with the different stem materials. And like, what is all of it? Oh, we'll see the garden, don't worry. I see things and I have to go look at them. You got another beacon on that side. I love the little like loop pieces, and it's like sculpture almost. Yeah, not done, but whatever it is, it's interesting. Oh, not that way. Yes, I am a cat. Well, what I am is a person with ADHD. Yes, look, a squirrel. Oh, look, a squirrel. Don't want to miss anything, you know? Got your little target area. You have so much room. Brochacho, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, everyone.
Could use some lemon slices.
I do like that after you finish the story and everything. Really cool that this area just becomes completely useless. Like, there's nothing here anymore. And so it's just a blank canvas. But I definitely like what you're doing with this area, Busousani. Jeez. Getting late. I can't talk anymore. Wait a second. Dude, you and your mazes. I don't even know where I'm supposed to be going half the time. The garden area. Somehow. We get on the top. And there you go. Is there anything else in the area that you want me to show off? If I missed anything. There's a lot of random little passageways, so I feel like I easily could have missed something. Uh-oh. I'm too young to die. Grounded 2 is such a vibe. It is. It really is. This is what I was dreaming of the entire time I was playing Grounded 1. Was the opportunity to start from square one. Next week? Sounds good. Well, I gotta say, first impressions, I think, easy 4 out of 5. I mean, you have the great thing is you have a blank canvas here. So you have so much room to continue building for all of early access as long as you want. As many buildings as you want. Like, it's a really cool spot in that sense because you just have endless amounts of ability to keep growing your base. So that on that sense, I really like it. I definitely like that you're having fun with the different materials and everything. You're not necessarily like, my brain is very much a like, if I'm going to build a pyramid, it's going to be perfect and symmetrical and there's not going to be anything different, and you have no problem like deviating from that and just having fun with the design, allowing it to sort of grow and change is depending on the size, the side you're on, what you want to happen on the inside. But you've also created like a simple shape overall that has tons of function in it, and like all this interesting space for interior design as well. And you not only have like pure chaos in your design, but you're also like in the gym area, but it's much more organized, and it's a very different side of it, which is kind of, I think for most people, really difficult to do. They're either chaos or organized, and there's not a whole lot of in between typically. So I think it's very interesting that you're able to mentally juggle both of those signs. But I definitely love that you like the effort and the amount of stuff. There's a lot going on, and you've created a really cool spot for the long term of the build. I'd easily give you a 4 out of 5 on the first impressions. The layout and flow, again, probably 3 or 4. I think you could potentially make some of these like interior stairs maybe a little bit more integral to the base, because I really like kind of how you've integrated these ones into it more. I also like that these the lower levels, like how this is a double height, but you've sort of made this another level that has more functional hallways and stuff that allows you to like navigate around the base, which I think is really cool. Also, even just like your little bridges and stuff. I think you're really coming into your own on like the staircase that's going in this base, or whatever this structure is. I think is really interesting. I think you're having a lot of fun with the different materials, even just like the doorways creating interesting little features. So I really like the way you're experimenting at the moment and just kind of having fun with it and seeing where it goes, just like creating crazy shapes, not necessarily being stuck to one design Really love the beacon designs as well. I think these are really clever. And the fact that you've got like 3 or 4 of them that are all like totally different. And the use of the orc disruptors, I think it makes them look really cool. Especially because you didn't use the orc disruptors inside the base, because that makes me sick. So I appreciate that as well. But I think it's the layout and flow, I think, is interesting. I think you could push it in a couple of these other places and maybe remove some of the ladders or make more ladders potentially. And so they're like more of the design overall. They're not just like a thing in the corner. So that becomes a larger part of the design. And just sort of my thought is, if you're doing something well, I want you to keep doing more of that. And so I like some of the staircases and how they're integrated and sort of hidden, giving you like the maze effect, like a real pyramid. And I would like to see you kind of continue pushing that. And even if that becomes ways to sort of tie in these other areas. Because what I think is one of the more interesting ideas about this location specifically is that you have a maze right behind this base. And I think the way you've designed sort of these little hallways and stuff that you go through, even like there's sort of like mazes underneath your garden, and this base sort of feels like a maze as well. Like you could start maybe utilizing some of these, like building up a little bit in some of these areas. Maybe if that's something like raising the floor that you've built over here and then using tunnels is an interesting way. It doesn't look like there's like a ton of room under here necessarily, but maybe utilizing more tunnels and how you kind of utilize this space, which I think is an interesting, fun little idea. If you kind of like build up this level, potentially, you could do a really cool like underground maze and more storage and function spaces. Lets you tie into this as well. That was one of my favorite things in my sandbox build in Grounded 1 is like the secret passageways and like just committing to utilizing secret passages and all that. Like you could build this as an underground area instead of something that's outside. And that would kind of continue utilizing, I think, some of the interesting design ideas that you've come up with already as a way to kind of like keep pushing them even further. I think they make for interesting, fun bases to run around when there's just secret passages and secret hidden things all over the place. But I think that'd be the only additions I would make to the layout and flow necessarily, are just more of it and continue building, continue like taking this idea of these tunnels and the interesting pathways you've made and doubling down on that. The structure and realism, I think you've done a really good job. Easy to give you a 3 or 4 on those. I mean, you've got like full-on fortress craziness with this massive wall, which I think is really cool. It like makes the base super safe in the long term too, so you don't even have to worry about it. But I think you could maybe tie more of these elements in. Like, I think where you've made the designs, and I mean, obviously there's a ton more space and time to add to this, but I like how you've sort of created these sort of entry spaces and maybe finding ways to like add more structure in, create a little bit more repetition, add some maybe like towers to these outside spaces. That way it's not just one big wall, because you obviously, like comparatively, you have this really flat, simple wall, which, I mean, it's a wall. That's what it's supposed to do. So not knocking you on that necessarily, but you have no fear in just kind of like creating interesting and different spaces and shapes. And don't be afraid to sort of bring that element onto the outside. Similar to like how you've created this really cool kind of artistic sculptural piece that could be pushed. These elements could be pushed into more areas to just kind of continue creating interesting designs as you go. And then the materiality and aesthetics of everything, I think you can... I want to see this level of design, like the way you've done these little pieces. You've kind of created some interesting little design pieces here, or with the lighting, kind of the way you've done these lower levels. Continue that upwards. I think the only thing that I'm not loving about the pyramid itself is that everything around it has so much going on, and then the pyramid itself feels like flat. in many ways. And that doesn't necessarily mean that this needs to go like, this needs to be jagged, or there needs to be triangles, or it needs to be the actual shape of a pyramid. I think it just needs some different materiality in many ways, where you could break these up with some more of these designs. Whether that's maybe making it more a pyramid, like putting some angled pieces here, but break up just so it doesn't feel like a wedding cake, essentially. Is even though that is in many ways like how a Mayan sort of temple would look in many ways, I think breaking up some of these flatter walls with just different designs, whether that's some cool angled patterns, continuing the patterns you have here, maybe adding on some more of these little details, or even just a material change, I guess, where you've done small moments of this where you've got, and I know we don't have a pine curved wall, so it makes it really difficult to do some of these things with the limited pieces we have right now. So I can't really knock you on, like, we only have so much to work with, but I think breaking up some of these bigger walls could really help, like, add the level of detail that you have everywhere else as well. I think that would be a one thing you could change. The functionality of it seems like everything is here, it works. Guess can't really say, do we have like chests and stuff or anything? It's kind of just base and fun at the same time. So it doesn't really have to function insanely well, but at the same time, like, it seems like everything's working. You've got fun spaces for everything. You've got the garden, you've got the protective wall around everything. You have your gym. Everyone's got to have a gym. Looks like a Minecraft pyramid on top. I will definitely improve it. Yeah, I think that's just, it's just a little more detail. Or even if you just use these on each corner and maybe make it like curved on each corner, just break it up a little bit is all it really needs. It's not like, it's not massive changes by any means, but just a little more material. Maybe if you use some of the other options, they get the red, like bamboo outline, similar to this, like that alone, using the half walls instead of, I think you're just using quarter walls over and over again. Like using some of the other walls that maybe show up some of these other things just to break it up a little bit more, I think would make a big difference on those things. And the creativity and theme, like, I think the creativity's fun, the gym's really cool, this base location is pretty epic. It's working really well. It gives you a ton of room to just play with and have fun. I really like, even though this is all like one material, which is typically not something I'm a huge fan of, I really like once you're inside, it just looks really interesting and it's intriguing to walk through. So I think your creativity is really coming through, especially like with the beacons, messing with all the little interesting design pieces here, just like continue. It feels like, I mean, you've obviously put a ton of time into this, so you can't build forever. Nothing's ever fully done, you know? So just keep taking these fun elements, these little design decisions you've made, and continue, like, developing the base overall, and, like, take the things that are working, like all these interesting design decisions, and just continue adding them to the whole thing, and it'll be incredible before you know it. Because the potential is all there. You have a ton of room to build. You have a ton of interesting things you could build in this place. So I think you just keep sticking with it. You're heading in the right direction. You just kind of have to continue putting time in endlessly, as is building. So functionality, again, yeah, three or 4. And then creativity and theming, I think you're at a 4 on that. I think there's a lot of creative things. You just continue pushing the creative ideas you have to that next level and making them sort of incorporate in the entire build, not just like the lower portion or the front of the building. Try to make sure the whole thing kind of hits that same level of creativity and just keep adding fun, interesting things. But in terms of the improvements overall, again, as I said, like, add this amount of detail across the whole thing and you've already got it. Like, it's there. You've got the creativity, you've got the interesting design ideas, you have like little moments all over the base that I think are interesting. The inside of your base, I think, is phenomenal. And it's just bringing the level of detail you have on the inside to the outside, and it's there. Like, you've done a really good job. And then you get to just play more. You get to build this thing more. You have all this space to build more. So I think you've got a lot of fun ahead of you as you continue building. And I think you're definitely headed in the right direction, man. But yeah, once again, thank you for letting me show this one off, Busousani. very fun little build you got going on. I'm excited to see how you kind of continue building and what you decide to fill up all this space with, because you've done what many builders struggle with, is you give yourself tons of room, and now you got to keep building, because I want to see all of it build. I want to see, like, I think another thing that would be cool is you finish some of these like more courtyard type spaces where you've kind of built this outside, like find interesting ways to like fill in the space between these buildings if you continue to build outside. Maybe these are like marketplaces and like just little details that you can keep adding in. But I think you're headed in a really good direction though. So once again, appreciate you letting me take a look at it. I knew should have kept going. Oh, I mean, that's the great part though, is you're headed in the right direction. Like, there's no reason to worry about it. I enjoy being able to give feedback, so you're not building something and then going, oh, that was a really good idea, I wish I could go back now. And it's like, now you get to continue building and moving forward with some advice and ideas moving forward as well. So I think that's a positive thing at the end of the day. Doing 2 things I've not done in Ground 2 building out of the map and off-grid stuff. Nice. Very good. I love me some off-grid stuff. We will be building more off-grid bases in my world tomorrow as well. But seeing as it is now 11:40, holy cow, I'm going to call it here. I appreciate everyone hanging out tonight. Thank you once again for everyone who's let me do these base reviews. I cannot tell you how amazing it's been for the channel. I love being able to show off your guys' creativity. The whole reason anyone is even here tonight is because someone did this for me 2 years ago, even more than that now, I think, in Grounded 1. And so I'm like so happy to be able to like pass the love on and give ideas, show off amazing builds to the entire community, because you guys are so creative. Whether it's the biggest of biggest bases or the small soda can bases, like every single one, I think, deserves to be shown off in some way, shape, or form. And so I'm really happy that I'm able to use my platform as a way to show off your guys' awesome designs. And I think it's been really, really fun. So once again, thank you for everyone who's letting me do these base reviews. And hopefully the advice helps. Hopefully the builds inspire. And everyone's really excited to go build more, especially because we now have another 2 weeks until we get Axel anyways. So all we can do is build at the moment anyways. Again, reach out to me on Discord. If you have not joined the Discord and you're new here, make sure to join the Discord. We have some amazing, amazing builders in there that I think a lot of people could get help. I know I do the base reviews to give advice and stuff, but there's other incredible builders in the Discord that are really good at giving advice as well, that have cool stuff to show off. If you don't want to do a base review on stream and you don't want to show it off, you can post pictures in the Discord as well, get advice, or just show off your cool things, ask questions, just anything and everything. It's a really cool place. I feel like we're collecting amazing builders little by little. Every single stream, we're just getting new, incredible builders that are just like building this awesome, awesome community. So once again, thank you, everyone. I will be back tomorrow at 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. We'll be in my world building some more. And then we'll be back Thursday as well. And if, again, reach out to me, send me your Xbox username if you would like to do a base review yourself, because we're going to have to do a handful more on the next Tuesday. So I will need some new builds to look at as well. But other than that, I will catch everyone tomorrow. Hope everyone has a great rest of their night. Good day tomorrow, and I will see you on the next one. Peace.